Number one, we've done stop the break. William dan stop the break. 1-3 all.
low. Losers qualification match here. Dunster versus Robert Stephen. Couple of good matches on in the side tables also. Lewis McHugh versus Drew Hughes, 1 each. Cory Reese is 2-0 up on Grant Finnegan. John McDermott is 4-2 down to Adam Griffiths. Very nice shot by Robert Stephen there, opening up the yellow, giving him a chance. Worst case, he can double the black. He might opt to move it depending on how he is queuing. I wonder if that yellow squeezes in behind the red. I don't think it does. Well, it looked like it would have. He's got very fortunate there, he's missed the ball. Liam probably just up to play a containing shot here. Yep. So he's left Robert with yellow. Robert's very limited here.
Time running.
Jacking up, don't need to watch in off here. Two shots to Liam. Multiple options. A lot of pros would be deciding to just take the ball down the corner and finish it, but Liam's not every pro. He does consider all options every single time, and he'll put him in a snooker here. By the looks of it, that he'll struggle to get out.
Full one shot, one visit.
And that looks good to me. It's a good effort by Rab. So I think Liam's got two shots here, and he might just opt to somehow clear this bottom bag, weld him in a snooker again, or clear the bottom bag and finish it, depending on how he lands. And he looks as if he's landed okay. I just wonder if this top red goes, because if it does, and it looks really tight, it looks as if it doesn't. If it does, you'd fancy him just to mop up. However, if it doesn't, he'll just sit him in behind his wee snooker wall. And that's what he's played. He's played the containing shot. He's not played it as well as he would have liked. It gives Rab a good bash here if he can just put some pace into it. Off a red. Oh. Good effort. Good effort, and I think he might have got away with it because Liam still has a bit of work to do here. Oh, and we have a celebrity walked in. Walker a talker. There's a chat. Look, thank God he's here.
Good afternoon. This microphone sounds quite loud. It might well be, who knows? Maybe I'm just screaming and shouting. I walked in the building there and I got a message from an official that said there was a dodgy character in the comms box. I need you there as soon as possible. I've come in and I said he is dodgy.
I know they've came over and tried to rip me out the box, but I've locked the doors and I've secured the windows.
So how's this match been going so far?
Well, Liam's actually quite scrappy actually. Liam's had to play multiple safety and tactical shots to give himself the best opportunity to take the clearance, in which he's done so now. And but a couple of slack ones there. He's left Rab a couple of blasts on the black, which he wouldn't usually do, as you know. But solid enough.
And it seems the winner of this match will have the simple task of playing Mr. Mark Boyle. I've just heard as I walked in the door. These guys seem to run into each other quite a lot, especially Liam and Mark. And I think Robert's played Liam quite a lot. I don't think he's played Mark too often. I know he's played him a couple of times, but it looks like one of these guys are going to get a crack at him anyway. Looking at the scoreline on the other stream table, Stephen Ellis 6, Davy Markey 1. Stephen's a class act, plays in the IPA tour. Davy, one of the top guys up in this country. Not having the best of times so far, but he's got a frame back in the board.
Johnny McDermott clawed another frame back. That's 4-3 now.
Against IPA pro Adam Griffiths. Some massive games going on. Cory Rees, when you look at the names that's in this losers section, Drew Hughes and Lewis McCool, Liam Dunster, Robert Stephen, Cory Rees, Davy Markey, Stephen Ellis, Adam Griffiths, Johnny. I mean, this is the losers qualification. This could be the latter stages of any tournament.
It's great. It just shows. It's frightening. Frightening to think. Standard is ridiculous. Even the names, the not so much huge names, are still a massive threat at this stage in the tournament. It's crazy to think.
Definitely.
You've not got an easy draw, that's for sure.
I'm looking at one of the names that sticks out to me right now, Aldo McLeod, Alan McLeod. So Aldo's won it. I'm pretty sure Aldo won the Scottish a lot of years ago in the Scottish Championship, and he's been actually having a tough time on the table. He's had a couple of good results this weekend. He beat David Riggins this morning, who beat me last night. David's queuing really, really well. And he's playing Andrew McPhee, another one who probably flies under the radar a bit. Good player. He's been playing on a lot of these when they come up here. He doesn't really get down to the tours and stuff, but there's definitely some unknowns in this event that can play.
Yeah, Andrew McPhee, yep, he's had a couple of decent runs recently. Definitely beat Sean Wishart.
Sean was playing well this weekend.
And that's a good win for Andrew, and he'll be taking confidence going into this losers qualification match. Alan Robinson as well. Andrew had a good win over him.
Alan's I think he beat Richard Swarfield. I'm sure I seen those two playing each other yesterday. I think Alan's one of this year's new pros as well.
Oh, is he? I didn't realise.
I'm sure he
was
is.
a pro.
I'm sure he's one of the pros. I only found that out yesterday. I think he finished top 16 last year, sorry. And yesterday I was told that he was up here as one of the pros for this weekend. So
He had a win over Andy Crosdale. So
another IPA pro.
the amount of names that are not even in the last 16 or the losers qualification as well. There's been a lot of big names been put out the tournament, and a couple of close ones as well. Gareth Hibbett was fighting against it in the winners qualification yesterday, wasn't he?
Yep. And just you mentioned some of the names that are out. Some of the guys that were put out early. Craig Marsh was one of them in particular, and he's one of the guys I like watching the most. He is just so good when he's in full flow. He went out of this event quite early. There's also some guys, I don't know, I just seen Dan Davey leaving the car park there now. I don't know if he was just taking a quick recess, if he's back on, but I've got a feeling Dan might be out.
Dunster beat Dan earlier on. Yeah, that's right.
So Dan must have got himself changed, jumped in the car, and he is heading down south.
Dan will be thinking to yourself, on loser's side, not even the qualification yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's going to be a wee while to run into the big boys.
Exactly. It's just the standard's incredible. So Liam's had a chance here from the break. I think Robert must have went in off because I seen Liam play his first free shot and bouncing out one of the dead yellows. And from then, he's taken the yellows out to this point. Is he just dropping this here? Yeah, he is. Well, looks like he's got the full pocket. He just wants to give himself the right angle. Just to slip inside the black so he can play it into the left middle. That would be his preferred option. That looks pretty good.
Perfect.
And just a little trace on the left hand side. And just take it up the inside on the right hand side and he should be okay. And absolutely perfect from Liam. He'll go into a 3-1 lead here over the home favourite, Robert Stephen. Some of the, I think Gav Robinson, he was beaten last night by, was it Preston McInnes that beat Gav? I'm sure it was.
Yep, Preston had a good win over Gav yesterday. Then he also came in and he played Stephen Ellis this morning and was very unlucky, actually. He got beat 7-5, but Stephen took a really nice dish to win the match. And Preston, recently, everybody's been struggling to shake a wee guy off him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he's sticking with everyone.
He's just it's the youthful energy that he's got. That he doesn't get deterred. He doesn't get down. He doesn't get flustered very often. You can actually see at times, obviously, when he's under pressure, that he's kind of, as youngsters are, you get maybe a wee bit ants in your pants and you're just itching to get back to the table, whereas it's different for some of the guys that are a bit more seasoned. When they feel the pressure, you can see it really, really badly in their face. Unless you're a robot like Liam, right enough, but usually you can see that kind of thing where, you know what, I've got him here. And you can look at, I played Preston last week. The game was a bit mad at the end, but there was a couple of instances in the match where I thought, right, Preston looks a little bit under it here, and then he would step up the next frame and take out a monster finish, and you're thinking, right, maybe he does look a bit flustered, but it doesn't affect his game. And I think that's that youthful energy, that vibrancy that you get when you're that age, and it's a fearlessness to just step back in and just pop balls.
Yep. Yeah. Definitely.
Alan Reynolds on the chat function.
Aldo lost 9-8
He lost, right? Okay.
in the final of the big.
I actually thought he'd won it, but I knew he was at least in a final. I knew he'd went deep. That's good information there from Lorenzo Signor. But there's no doubting he's rolling back the years here, Renzi. He's had some big results over this weekend so far. He's obviously in the losers qualification right now. And he's 4-3 down to Andrew. As I say, Andrew McPhee's been playing great this weekend. With a couple of people yesterday kind of thinking, oh, that's strange that he's got that result and stuff like that. And I said, well, every time I've seen him, I've seen nothing but positivity from him. I think he's a good player. And I tell you what, he's proved it so far this weekend. He's still well in the mix and he's beat some good players, as was just mentioned a minute ago.
I think Andrew McPhee actually, now that Renzi's on the chat, I think he actually might have been one of Renzi's
prodigies.
maybe.
He's from that neck of the woods.
I think he. So I heard anyway through the grapevine.
It was actually a couple of IPAs ago I was supposed to play him. I think it was the very first UK Masters that was taking place in here. And I turned up the next morning, 9 o'clock in the morning. The times were a bit crazy at that time, but I remember out my bed sharp, over here, still half sleeping. And sat for almost an hour. Andrew didn't show up. And obviously at the time I was thinking a wee message would have been great, because I wasn't due on again till I think 1 o'clock or something later now in the day after that. But that was my first kind of experience of Andrew until then. But obviously he's been turning up to these ones now. I don't even know what the reason was for that the last time, but he just didn't show the next day. Maybe he seen my name in the draw and thought, what's the point? What is the point?
Exactly. Yeah. Dunster's practice partner. Right, okay. So Andrew McPhee has been practicing with Liam Dunster himself.
Yeah, I heard both of them are quite good at karate. That must be some session they put on. And remember, guys, the most important part of today comes tonight when Scotland play Hungary.
Oh, that'll be good. This place will be bouncing.
Yeah, I've just seen it in the screen in the commentary booth there. The Tartan Army are on the screen. Top stories, Scotland have a chance. That's all you could have hoped for.
Well, if they play anywhere close to the way they played the other day,
yeah, they'll have a chance,
they'll
definitely.
not be far away, definitely.
And Liam Dunster has another chance himself to go 4 frames to 1 in front against Robert, who has been sitting in his chair since I entered this booth.
Dunster looks like he means business. That's all I'm going to say. He's got that raw, no emotion face on again.
Yeah, he is. I've actually... there's quite a few times I've been in here and the chat function is lit up by people who generally haven't got the best opinion, and it's normally like, I couldn't watch him, he's boring, it's that, all that kind of stuff. And the only thing that ever comes to my mind is I'm not really interested in whether I would like to watch him or not. I wouldn't mind being able to play like him, because the amount of titles he's won and the amount of things, the amount of matches, the amount of people he's beat at the highest level, I think I would take boring as a player and have all those accolades. But
well, I think every single player's #1 goal is to win.
Yeah.
Don't care what anybody says. And obviously enjoying pool is part of that. And I think if you're winning, you're enjoying your pool.
100%.
And I don't think anybody in for Scotland has done what he's done in the last 5 years. You know what I mean?
He went on the man himself on the chat function has to take a lot of credit. Renzi, who, he's revolutionised the way some of these guys play the game. He's kind of taken the golf aspect I'm going to use, because all the top golfers have got a thing called a pre-shot routine. You see them do the same thing before hitting every ball. Now, it doesn't mean that they're going to hit it perfect, but it's one of the biggest things that I hear Renzi talking about, and it's one of the things that seems to have changed the landscape of how a few guys play the game. It's probably... I mean, I try my best to do the same thing as much as possible every shot, but I know a lot of the time I deviate from it. I know certain shots I've probably got a bad routine for them because you take them for granted. Whereas I think the Alan Reynolds school of thought is no matter what the shot is, have the same shot, the pre-shot routine, and then you're going to give every shot the exact same. I mean, you're going to take every shot with the exact same kind of, I don't even know the word for it. But you're not going to take. You're going to give every shot the respect it deserves, rather, even if it's hanging over a pocket. And do you know what? I played Mark Boyle. He beat me in a decider and players, and it was a great game. I had a chance to win it from 6-5, and I made a mess of it. Mark basically took the finish and dished the next frame. But there was one of the shots, he had a ball hanging over the bottom pocket, and I'm thinking all he has to do is just roll this in, come off the cushion an inch, and he's absolutely perfect. But he literally played this shot like it was the longest, toughest pot on the table. And I was watching it and I thought, wow, that's exactly what you should be doing. You shouldn't be taking it for granted. You shouldn't be assuming that it's just going to be perfect. You need to make sure it is. And that's stuck in my head ever since playing that match.
Yep, every single shot should be. It's not even just a shot, it's table as well. Like, usually 5 balls over the bag, you see people who just go down, next thing you know, with potted free hangers, and they're short on the middle one, and like, oh, why didn't I take this one? And it's having the respect of the actual table itself as well, not just a shot. And Renzi does practice that. Practice what he preaches, and you can see a lot of players here doing that now. As you say, revolutionised.
Revolutionised. No, I just think it. I mean, I suppose for some of us, we might be setting our ways on specific things, and no matter what, it'll be hard to change. People are creatures of habit. That's just the way we're made. You get used to a routine, but the rumour is, or not even a rumour, I think it's supposed to be proven by science that 21 days it takes to break a habit, and 90 days to perfect a new one or something. Break a habit, create a habit in 21, and 90 days to perfect it. So if that's the case, then it takes some hard work and commitment, and I think obviously the rest of the things can follow after that. But it's not easy in real life to have the time to go and do that kind of stuff. So I think if you can get a minute or two with guys like Renzi, then you're going to be doing okay.
Well, if Dunster watches this back, it makes you feel better. I could watch you for days.
No,
it doesn't bother me one bit.
I remember the match in here, he was playing Chris Merrin, and Chris didn't take too kindly. Even though it was on the TV table, there wasn't a shot clock at the time. The shot clock's only been implemented over the last while. And he was playing Chris, and he was taking the usual bit of time Liam takes on every shot, whether it's like a shot like this, which is quite simple, but he's just checking all his eventualities, whereas Chris basically stood up and just scattered the balls with his cue, and Liam was kind of looking at him as if, what happened there? Chris didn't like it, but the success, I mean, I would take it every day of the week. Simple as that, I really would.
Well, I don't know many players that could make a top player like that
get flustered.
Aye. And I think that's an attribute in itself, because that's a winning factor. And that's all. That's the goal, and that's what he does.
It definitely takes a bit of doing to get under a guy as seasoned as that skin.
Definitely. I watched him do it to... I can't remember what tournament was it. It might have been the Scottish. Might have been the IM, but it was up in players, and Liam's came up against, I believe it was Fernie.
Right.
And he's tapped the pack, and he's tapped the pack again, and he's done it again, and next thing you know, I think he's 5-1 up, Fernie's just putting the cue through the ball. He just doesn't want to be there. Just rifling it, and you know how good he is. Like,
No,
Ross
exactly.
is absolutely tremendous, ridiculous actually. And I'm just thinking to myself, wow, how do you?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's shown his class here, and I actually questioned it a while back. He does it at the IPA on the TV table, 30 seconds on the tour events against obviously the tour pros, and it's his time management's very good. He's doing it here on the shot clock. Time management brilliant, taking the finishes exactly as he should. I played on the shot clock the other night against Dan Davey, and it brought the best out in me. I mean, I had to make the decisions quick. I played probably the best pool I've played in a while, and I haven't probably in the last 5-6 months really had any time on the practice table. It's just been one of those things. I've just not been able to do it. But without having too long to kind of second guess yourself,
To find the mistakes.
yeah, overthink scenarios. I basically just thought about what I could, even if I ran out of position, I just had to make a decision within that 30 seconds and a way to fix it, and I just seemed to keep doing it. And I actually, I don't know what it was, but it was a preference to me. I used to play the game quite quick. I know I've slowed quite a lot lately, but the shot clock definitely helped me, and I'd be happy to play on it every single match I play.
No, I think it can have the opposite effect. Speaking to Greg McMillan earlier, who's now in the last 16, by the way, and he's beat a lot of good names. And he was telling me that he was on I think he was playing Davy Markey yesterday, and he's on a finish to get either on the hill or over the line, and all he can hear is beep, 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 and he just. In fact, it was to go over the line. I remember him saying, and although he's got the finish, he's made a meal of it. And every time the beat went, he just like, oh, it felt as if he had to go, and he made a meal of it. You know what I mean? And he said it could have worked against him, and it nearly did. And it's an advantage to those who can play under it so well, definitely.
I think Renzi might, if he's still watching, he might actually be able to answer this, but I don't even know if it was you I was speaking to, Renz, but I'm sure Liam had an issue with the shot clock, and if memory serves me right, did you not suggest, well, if you're having problems with the shot clock, let's practice under the shot clock or something along those lines? And because his time management on the shot clock now it's incredible. He seems to approach the table at 10 seconds, start feathering at 5 and strikes the ball either on 1 or 2 every single time. So he uses the entire 30 seconds, but I don't know if I heard that from you or if it was someone else, but I'm sure someone told me that's Liam started to work on it because he was struggling with the shot clock. I could be wrong, but you would maybe be able to correct me one way or another on that.
Is it Sean on co-coms? Yes, it is. A nice wee comment here, Stephen. If your house was on the line, what current UK pool player would you choose to play for it? Well, one that likes me for a start.
I mean, is it a long race? Is it a race to 25? Is it just one single frame? I mean, if it's one single frame, I'm playing it myself because there's only one person that wants to save my house, and that's me. So if it's one frame, it's definitely me. But if it's a long race, that's a good question. I mean, you've got to be throwing Mark Boyle into you've got to be throwing Tom Cousins in there.
Yeah, UK. It depends. Definitely depends.
I mean, you've got Tom, you've got Mark, you've got Mick Hill. You've got a lot of absolute class acts. But I suppose it depends. Probably over the long race in the last couple of years, the two guys that have shown the most are Tom Cousins and Mark Boyle.
Race to 25. Well, I think I'd be going with someone Scottish. I think it'd have to be Mark for me, race to 25.
The chances are he's going to fight for your house a bit more than someone that doesn't know you. So if you use that kind of logic, then that makes sense.
Take Mark. I wouldn't mind Mark against anybody now, race to 25 if he's, on his current form. But obviously Tom Cousins is ridiculous. Probably the best.
Aye.
Since Mick's kind of took a back seater, Mick Hill for me is the best, but ever. But Cousins in current form, he's just winning everything now, isn't he? But Boyle on his A game can definitely take anyone in the town.
I'll even go as far as to say if it's a race to 4, I'm playing it myself.
Well, if it's a race to 1, 2, 3 or 4, I'm not having the missus say you fucking lost our house. So I'd rather, honestly, there's no way I'm playing it myself.
I will apologise for that little burst in language there.
Excuse the French, but
Je suis tout.
It took you long enough to renovate the house, you've just went and lost it. No, not a chance.
What do you mean you get some other guy to play for the house? Who was it that actually put a bid on the house? The guy that was playing.
If it's one frame, I'll just stick Scott. You can just play my house. There you go, mate. I'll just watch. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Actually, I'm going to nip into the shop.
I tell you what, in one frame, I wouldn't be shy in throwing Renzi in. Maybe even say, John Joe, I need you to get 4 or 5 weeks practice, mate, because one frame pool, as good as anybody out there.
Oh, definitely. All these guys know how to play the game.
Mr. McInnes would be up there as well.
Sorry, Mark. I've got Tourette's, as you all know, so that happens once every day. That's the once.
Yeah, I did it the other day as well, and I'm like, and a lot of people gave me a wee comment on there, and sometimes your Glasgowness comes flying out.
You see, it's considered a swear word anywhere else in the country, but here it's like actually like mannerism, if anything, isn't it, Stevie?
Exactly.
If you like someone, that's one of the words you use. When do you know you're ready to play in big money match, or are you approached? Sorry, I don't understand the question. When do you know you're ready to play in a big money match, or are you approached? I think, when do you know you're ready to play in a big money match? I think you know. See, if you're competing with all the top guys, and depends who you're playing against as well. You could get a big money match against a Glasgow, a County D player. So, but if you mean when do you know you're ready to play a top player, then you've got to be competing and beating these top players to know you're ready. There's Johnny McDermott's just played a big money match here against Steed, wasn't it? I didn't see the full match. I seen the tail end of it. But I know leading up to the money match, even though Johnny lost the match, he was beating and competing and losing tight games to the 3 best players. So, and that's what you want to be doing. Cory Reese 7-0 up on Grant Finnegan just now. Andrew McPhee is 6-3 up on Alan McLeod. And Johnny McDermott got beat off Adam Griffiths 8-5 in the losers qualification. And Chris Boron he's actually won his losers round 4 match in a decider against Colin Downey, and went straight through into the last 16 to play Clinton Janssen, because Martin Keenan, who obviously couldn't make today, is pulled out and obviously advanced Chris into the next round. But there's another player who's played absolute brilliant pool yesterday. He's won 3 games, I believe, and I know he doesn't play tons, but recently he's been playing in quite a bit, and he's beat Anton Riley yesterday, Bobby George, then he's had a really good win against Lee McPherson. Playing some very good pool, so it's a pity he couldn't make today, but there'll be reasons behind that. So Stephen Ellis advances on to play Gio Edgar in the last 16. That'll be a good match. Liam's on a finish here again. When Liam Dunster's at his cell, his cue ball control is ridiculous. It's unbelievable to watch. So good. Inch perfect all the time. Not that he's inch perfect here, but he's just about perfect to play the natural, take the black probably in the same bag. Unless he can. Oh, just as I said that, commentator's curse. Just as I said that, he's landed a wee bit awkward, but he still fancy him to make it. I think he was playing the black in the same bag, unless he thought he was carrying the yellow full ball, but he's got a wee bit of fortunate there, because that could have slid further than it's went. So one good shot for Liam to be 6-2 up. And that is perfect. 6-2. It was never in doubt, was it, really, the way he's playing? Just so smooth on the delivery, Liam. Referee Yvonne Ewing here. I mean, in terms of how good your game is, or his money match is totally different in terms of the mental side. Well, definitely money matches do require a good mental side of the match, because it's momentum swings. So if you're mentally unstable, mentally not strong, then I wouldn't recommend playing for a wad of cash. Mark Johnston, Barry Lynn can't win a Coatbridge flyer. But that's a good record in money matches. Oh, oh, brilliant. Paul Sutherland, size, Ferro, tip size, does Dunster use anyone? 2 seconds. Steve, do you want to run over to and get the...
I think I might have a set of digital measuring devices here that I can run over, grab Liam's cue. They call me the ninja, so he might not even see me coming.
I'll find that out for you, Paul, in case you want to copy it. I'll go out my way later on and I'll make sure that I obtain that information.
Six frames to 2. Liam to break. It's all kicking off in McGoldricks.
Oh, and the yellows look plum.
Yeah, that's the kind of break you hope for every single time you line up to hit that shot. And you got the corner red, or the corner, whatever one it was, right into the bottom corner there. It was a red that went into the bottom right corner.
And I think Liam, I don't think Liam's going to miss these, to be honest with you, Stephen.
He's just got to map it out right.
I think take the middle one, bottom one, and even if he leaves the white where the yellow is, he's got the one beside the black to the top corner, stop ball. Yellow in the middle, top corner middle. Or anyway, it's easy for hearing to honestly.
This bottom yellow is the one that he's going to want to get away as quickly as possible. He's stunned maybe a wee bit higher than he would have liked there.
Yeah. He's still okay though. He knows himself.
He might decide to come round the back of the Reds and play the one into the left middle. He might decide. Yeah, that's what he's looking at, I think.
Yeah, I think he will. At the end of the day, if he comes up table, if basically get by the Reds and you're guaranteed on.
He's looking to see what part of the pocket he can pot into it, and he's now looking to see if he can pass by that red. I think he has to run bottom cushion, side cushion. I don't. Yeah, he's stunned up. He's stunned back rather than just coming down straight. Just inside the red would have been perfect there.
Yeah, if he can miss this red, he's absolutely plumb.
Let's see what he's thinking. He's going to screw past it, I think. He screwed into it.
Oh.
That's a mistake.
See, I don't. Now, a player of his calibre there, I don't see why he couldn't have just ran that in with a tracer right hand side and just took medicine on the long yellow. If he knew he was hitting the red, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's got. I mean, for me, he could have ran off the bottom cushion with a bit of side off the right cushion and up, and then had the left yellow into the left middle. But as you say, he could have ran it in with some side and just came back out to a similar line that the yellow was on. He can maybe get safe here.
Oh,
he could pot it.
Oh, that's very fortunate. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's a bit of luck to unlock. He'll be happy with that because
I wonder if he can pot this, jacking the cue up, cutting away from it. He's not going to have much control of the cue ball, but you can imagine he might end up with a shot, even if it's a long yellow. Will he can in the yellow here, or will he just miss it? He's just missed it, and he's missed the yellow.
Missed the pot as well.
And a chance Robert Stephen was not expecting here.
Now this is where the tides can turn. And suddenly, Robert thinks to himself, Liam's on the hill, but next thing you know, he's only 3 behind. I don't know who's to break next. I'm not sure who's to break next.
That was Liam that broke there, so it's going to be Robert to break next.
So essentially, if Robert can get this frame, Dunster, he's one dry break. Dunster's one dry break away for 6 each.
Yep. And the last 16 matches are about to get started. Greg McMullen and Adam Griffiths, Clint Jansen and Chris Boron, Greg Davis, Cory Rees, Gio Edgar, Stephen Ellis. 4 monumental ties. Ever the salesman, Mr. Reynolds, ever the salesman. Make sure you don't sell him the one without the buttons that make you play specific shots. Make sure you get the one with all the gears, my friend. You don't want one of the automatic ones, they don't work as good.
Get the one with the stabiliser on it for when you're on a big shot.
I think the new ones come with a laser.
Oh, that's a great shot. Just seen that in the replay there, the Robert Stevens long red. And I think Dunster might have awoken the bear.
It was a big mistake from Liam. And it was the actual shot before the one that he made the mistake on, because the one into the middle, when he's ended up stunning back a couple inches and coming down slightly, he really only wanted to be moving the white down, not back. And he's ended up causing himself some issues. That led to a bigger mistake the next shot. And Robert Stephen has got 1 frame back on the board. And it is Robert to break here. Can he put some pressure on Liam? And you feel right now he has to. Andrew McPhee is on the hill against Aldo McLeod. Aldo has been rolling back the years. Might be rolling out of here soon. But no disgrace, the kind of tournament he's had, making it to this stage on the Sunday.
Frame number 10, Robert Stevens to break. 6 wins to 3.
Yeah, that was actually me. I invented the cup break. It was one day I was in the pub. I was going absolutely berserk. And I took a swing at the table with a machete, and all of a sudden balls were flying in everywhere. And I thought that might work, this cup break. I think the minute that the game changed, the D that used to be at the top of the table, a lot of the guys that used to play will remember. So you had a D on the table similar to snooker, and you used to have to break from that area. Once the rules changed, and Renzi would be able to tell you more about it because he was involved in the making of black ball rules as they are in the current state. The D was taken away and the baulk line was just replaced. It was just basically the baulk line that was there on its own, replacing the D, and you could break from anywhere behind it and anywhere on the line. From that point, people were really trying different things. And the cup break was obviously invented because I think that the fact that you could smash into a ball rather than basically caning the first ball, it was something that the minute I actually had a chance to do it, I've done it ever since. It's been a long, long time since I've hit the front ball. I did it a couple of times in a match not long ago because I just wasn't getting a ball, hitting the second ball down. But ever since the D disappeared, I've been doing it, and I think a lot of other guys will be quite similar. But yeah, it's a tough one to think who invented it, because I would suggest that the minute the baulk line went away, the D went away, there's probably people with tables all over the country. We're all trying different breaks at the same time. So, but I would suggest that it was done. The cup break was probably invented around about that time.
What two players would you pay to watch in a live match?
Would I
Tom
pay?
Cousins and Mick Hill.
Would I pay to watch?
Big money match.
Um,
Pay to watch A2. A2 have been at it for a long time, haven't they?
See, the thing is, I don't even know if I would pay to watch them. I probably wouldn't pay to watch myself. When like, Stevie, you can watch yourself back winning the world title. What's it going to cost me? Nah, you're all right.
No, definitely.
No, I mean, I think there was something that Mick Hill was talking about. I watched an interview, and he said he would like to get everything away from all the kind of different organisations and get a cracking arena, maybe a 3,000. He was talking about maybe a 1,200, 1,500, 2,000 seater, and get maybe the four players. He mentioned himself, Tom Cousins, Mark Boyle. I can't remember the other one, but he mentioned four of these guys and said, imagine getting us together for some kind of maybe races to 25, but the ticket money and stuff like that, rather than people backing them and taking money out of people's pockets. So the ticket money for the events would go towards paying these guys to go and do their stuff in front of a big audience. And I know it's not exactly happened yet, but I think it's a good idea, and it's definitely something I would be interested in. Oh, the big issue here was Robert did not want the reds. He wanted yellows. He ended up forced into reds, and in doing so, the finish wasn't really on. He tried to make it, and unfortunately for him, he's given Liam a chance. In fact, it's a gift, because Liam will not make a mistake from here.
You wouldn't think so.
It would be a monumental mistake if he did.
Yeah, if he's two below the black just now, then essentially his work's done.
He'll just drop this in. Just enough to get his cue directly onto the cue ball. Nothing in his way. And it's just drop, drop, drop. And he'll just take the one at the top left-hand corner as his last ball. Just drift down towards what would be the blue spot on a pool on a snooker table. Yeah, he's absolutely perfect.
7-3 here.
And a mountain to climb for Robert Stephen now.
Liam to break as well.
Yeah, I don't see any mistakes happening now. This one's over.
For some reason I back him to get this. Perfect. Another
Yeah,
two rolls.
they'd like to be another couple inches down, but he's okay. He can still get his hand on the table. He's comfortable enough there.
That's why you buy the glove. And Aaron Reynolds is in the chat. He's got plenty in stock. That glove there, you've seen the stability on Liam's hand.
Yeah, he's even got goalie gloves. Anybody playing 5-a-side tonight?
People pay to watch Ronnie O'Sullivan, not Mick Kill. People pay a lot of stuff. People were paying a lassie for Cope Bridge to sing Lollipop during COVID, so I think you'll find that we can get, you can hoax people into paying whatever you want these days. Well, I'm looking forward to this Scotland game later. I really am. I think it's not often that we get ourselves in this sort of situation where we've got a chance. There's Hungary. Much better with Billy Gilmore in the middle. Did you watch it, Stevie, the other night? Wee Billy G, I think he set a tempo. And Liam has gotten a ball from the break. He's not happy with it. However, it looks to me that the Reds are okay, actually. I think he'll be happy with that break. Probably got your red on the bottom rail here as your last ball. We got on the black. Looks as if he's got a wee angle to move the black. I don't think he will, though. I don't think he needs to. I think Liam knows that these tables playing really well, and because he's got the connector down the bottom, he'll just play on it. don't think that's exactly where he wanted to be. However, he might need to go downstairs now. And if that's the case, he might just play for the double on the black. Yeah, so he's taking these two just now. Stun out, middle, top, and I think he'll just play for the double. Unless he's absolutely plumb on it to just stun below the middle bag. Overall, I do fancy Liam to get these. One good shot here. It's perfect. So what do you think, Stevie? Do you think he plays for the double or gets a wee angle just to stun below the middle?
Well, I think if he gives himself the angle to maybe nudge into the black, he can either be very, I mean, he could be absolutely perfect and just flick it over the middle, or he can give himself the black in the bottom corner. He might just drop on it and play it down the line. I don't know if he can. I mean, yeah, I think he can drop on the double okay as well, but it's mad to actually think that where the black's sitting, he's got so many options.
I think he'll try to either the double or he'll take it in the same bag, because he knows himself the way these tables are playing. If he gets anywhere at all low on the black, he's just going to trickle it in. But as you said, they're playing that good, they could take it long.
Yeah, I mean, he just looked at it down the line, but I think he's landed absolutely perfect here to just stun down past the middle bag.
Oh,
He's still got a shot.
He's actually got away with that there. That's a very lackadaisical shot.
The thing is, he's got away with it in a big way because he's under hit it by miles, and if he hit that just a touch heavier, he's in off. He's so close to the middle. He had to stun that really hard to come down past the middle pocket. It was absolutely spot on to run into the black, so I don't know why he didn't, because he was obviously perfect for that and he would have had options.
It's a good black.
Fantastic recovery shot from Liam Dunster. And Robert Stephen is going to exit his home venue as Liam marches forward for a battle with his compatriot, Mark Boyle.
Is there not already rules to stop tap breaks? I think
There's
particular tournament it's free by the middle, isn't it?
Well, not in the IPA rules. It's the baulk line. So the IPA rules are you have to have 3 balls past the baulk line, or it's basically a 3-point rule. Basically, if a ball goes in and 2 past the baulk line and stuff like that. So the IPA rules have taken out the tap break. You have to smash them in the IPA. But
is it the baulk line itself?
Yes.
Oh, really?
In black ball rules, it's 3 past the middle. But the IPA have added in their own rule for the break-off shot, which is you have to be past the baulk line if nothing goes.
Black ball's 2 past the middle, isn't it?
It might be. It might be 2 past the middle.
2 past the centre. That's how I actually thought the IPA was. So it's actually 3 past the baulk line.
There's a
3-point rule.
Basically a 3-point rule in it. You must have either a couple past the baulk line or a couple of balls going in. But I don't think anybody polices it in such a way. As long as you smash the balls open, nobody is going and counting how many balls have went past that top line. It's basically a rule that's been brought in a few years ago in the IPA to stop anybody from tap breaking.
Aye. Yeah. Hello. So who's on the stream now?
Gareth, Hibbett, and Keane Monaghan. Lewis McHugh and Drew Hughes is currently sitting at 6 each, for anybody wondering. And I believe that's the last losers qualification match. Just let me check. Yes, this is the final remaining match to complete the last 16.
Selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector.
And we begin. Gareth Hibbett versus Keane.
The Godfather against the upstart. Cian Monaghan, who's come flying out of nowhere in the last couple of years. I know he's been a top talent as a kid and stuff like that, but the first time I saw him really flying was down at the Black Ball Tables 67k event in Blackpool. He was absolutely phenomenal that weekend, and since then he's kicked on. He's now an IPA pro himself, and he's going head to head with the world champ right now, the IPA world champion Gareth Hibbett. So this is set to be a classic. It's a race to 10 now. The big numbers are involved. It's a long race. And all you guys at home, who are you on in this one? Look at that break.
Wow.
Look at that break.
Wow. Oh, wow. A lovely break.
Guys, I've mentioned this a few times. Even when I was down at the IPA tour on commentary, I watched Gareth doing the breaking dish challenges, which I've done a couple myself. They are not easy, especially when you've got a black ball elite table, which the bags are super tight. But Gareth, you do it in 2 sets of 25 breaks. In Gareth's first 25 breaks, he had 23 breaking dishes. It is absolutely unbelievable, that kind of ability. And that kind of break kind of gives you the idea. One kind of dodgy red. He's going to leave it to last.
I think you're going to leave this one over the bag to second last. To just connect onto it.
Yeah,
maybe. Then that'll be him. One good shot for the frame. So
what a break.
basically, you've got a red on the rail for the. You take that every match. You take that every single game, wouldn't you? One good red down the rail for the match.
Oh, definitely. And the thing is, the guys with the kind of talent on show over this weekend, they don't see these as tough pots, because way Gareth's thinking about it is he's got nothing to do here. He just needs to pot the ball, so there's no work to do. It might as well be in the middle of the table for him. Yeah, that's honestly, it's nothing to guys like Gareth when it's especially when it's your last ball. I actually had one the other night. It was very similar to that, just above the middle bag.
Up the hill.
Yeah, and it was against Dan, and I actually didn't even think it was welded to the cushion, but to me I knew I had nothing to do but pot the ball. And I think it's when you've got some kind of positional play and it really starts to make those shots difficult. But
to get over, let's take it over the line.
Lewis is 7 each with Drew Hughes here.
So he's in on the Reds for the match. And the Reds actually look really good.
Now let's hope that we stay with this for a minute. The other match has got a long way to go, so it would be good to see this one end.
I think he's going to have to take this in the middle and swing round off free cushions.
Yeah, I mean he could drop the red in the top bag and just slide onto the black,
I
and
think
then
that actually might be a better shot.
he's got the cut into the middle after that. But he's going to play the double here by the looks of it. Oh, that's a great shot.
Nice.
That is a great shot. Well, unfortunately, guys, we've come back to the race to 55 in the main table. But we'll keep you posted on that result in that match. I'm sure a lot of the Scottish and Welsh contingent would have liked to see the end of that one, but we'll keep you posted on the score. As Cian breaks off here. It's a decent break-off shot.
No balls.
The yellows look good to me. For Gareth here, I don't think he's got much work to do with this first shot, to be fair.
I think both colours are good. I think the Reds are really nice here as well.
Yeah, he's not going to want to miss, that's for sure, because there's nothing majorly difficult for Cian after that. But
For Gareth, he broke dry.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If Gareth was to miss, there would be nothing difficult for Cian. But I mean, I don't see any way that Gareth makes a mistake. But there is Lewis. Lewis does do the damage, and he has made it through to the last 16.
Nice to see him actually getting through, because he was telling us yesterday, I think it was a couple of days ago, He hates pool.
Yeah, Lewis he had a bad start to the weekend, and he was telling people. Paddy was like, Paddy McAllister said to me, he's got something wrong with him. He's got a weird name, and he says he can't play pool because of it. And I said to him, he's got the yips, and he said, I says Lewis hasn't got the yips. I mean, he is not having trouble releasing the cue. He's not having trouble with specific parts of his game. I mean, Lewis is just mental, absolutely mental. And
Oh, sure it is.
I said, he said to me at the end of last year, or whenever it was, I can't remember when the Scottish was. I think it was the end of last year, whatever it was. And he said he had the yips, and then he get beat in the final. The Scottish, do you know what I mean? And you're like, for someone with the yips, you seem to be doing quite well in all these tournaments. So I think it just makes him feel better when he's having a bit of a Lewis moment. What a shot that
that's
is!
Fantastic.
What a shot that is!
Just inch perfect for the Godfather.
And Lewis has got the honour of playing Mr. Mark Farnsworth.
Farnsworth has the honour of playing Lewis.
Yeah, that's it. So here's the last 16, entire draw in its entirety for you. Mark Boyle versus Liam Dunster. Christian Phillips versus Andrew McPhee. Well done, Andrew, getting this far. Greg McMillan against Adam Griffiths. Greg, who has been in phenomenal form over the last few months. Clint Jansen and Chris Boron. Greg Davis, Corey Rees, Mark Farnsworth, as I just mentioned, against the main man, Lewis McCool. Gio Edgar, who is flying 4-0 in front of Stephen Ellis. And the Godfather and Keane are on the table right now, with Gareth Tibbett about to go 2-0 in front. Looking at that last 16 draw, it is phenomenal. But I just can't help thinking of the amount of talent that's gone out of this tournament already. That one of the names that rings to mind right away, Stephen Walker.
Yep, definitely. Who beat the most current form pro probably coming into this event?
Yeah, there's just, I mean, Dan Davey obviously sticks out, obviously from playing him.
Gavin Robinson,
Gav Robinson.
Craig Marsh, and by me, Preston was the one that put him to bed.
Yeah.
Gav.
I mean, there's
Marshy.
the usual suspects always end up at the tail end. Of course they do. I mean, Mark Boyle's normally at this stage. Liam's normally at this stage. Clint is normally at this stage. Mark Farnsworth. And young Gio is now banging on the door so often in the tournaments. It looks to me like he is heading towards IPA pro status next year.
Nah, I don't think he can get away with it now. Away from it even. He's number one, I think, in the
Yeah, he
ranking.
is.
57 points, I think. Well,
He's-
thereabouts.
He's just playing some phenomenal stuff on a daily basis, and he's getting the rewards. Back to the main table. He's Gareth Tibbett. Will break off. It's a sledgehammer of a break, and it looks dry to me. And Keane steps to the table, and this is a gift. A gift from the Godfather. It has to be Reds. It's a very good chance on Reds.
Adam Myerscough, he get beat in the losers round from George Henderson.
Yeah, Big George. So George is one of the guys who, for me, the Scotland B2 team is yet to be picked. And the names on the list, some of the guys that I think really should be in with a shout of automatic selection are probably Dylan Stanfield, Ethan Lang, Martin Keenan, who's had a great weekend as well. But I would like to see the likes of Big George, who's done really well this weekend, maybe even get a trial. He's not done himself any harm, that's for sure. Beating one of the current top IPA amateurs who won the first event, Adam Myerscough. It's a
it's
big mistake.
Bad shot from Keane. I think maybe he just thought the table would do the work for him out, but maybe a bit thicker than they thought.
Yep, he's thought to himself. And the thing is, it's like he's not wanting to overhit it, but he can hit it as far across the table as he wants,
Yeah,
even over to the yellow.
Exactly. Anything but short. And he would have been
He
plumb.
misses this. He's going to go 3 down. Well, he doesn't miss it. That's a fantastic recovery, but it looks like he's still got work to do. Can he get past to that red in the middle? I think he can. If he can't, He's still got work to do here.
It's like he's taking the one down the rail.
Yeah, he can't be on the one to the middle.
Just needs to watch the white doesn't flip this yellow.
Another tester,
Good shot.
and it's a test he's passed.
He strikes the ball with authority, Keane, doesn't he? Hits the ball well.
Can he cheat the pocket here ever so slightly? Just a bit aside, maybe even just bring the cue ball down low here. Yeah, played it into the top side. Just getting himself the right angle to get up for this black.
Plum. Absolutely plum. This is a wee field shot here.
He's played that very well.
Good response.
And he's going to get a chance to break here to get back to level terms. So Cian Monaghan hits back against Gareth Hibbett. And one of the matches that we can see from the commentary booth. Keeping a keen
Greg
eye on it.
McMillan,
Yep.
you can now see.
Yeah, there he's there. So you can see Greg as well. He's playing Adam.
Greg means business. He's jumped into the Turkish this morning. Got a quick shave for the winner's photo.
It's mad, by the way, because there was a tournament last year, the end of last year, where I honestly looked like a hunger striker. I had a big beard. I looked rough. And on I did. And on the Saturday night before coming in the Sunday, I got a big shave. I'm looking in the mirror and I said, "You better get this shaved off. There's a chance you're getting your photo took tomorrow." And I did. I lost in that final, but I got my photo taken in that final. And maybe Greg has had that same kind of feeling come over him. So he's tried to look his Sunday best. And who
He's
knows?
still yet to lose. And he came right through the winners. 4 games, I think he won yesterday. Oh,
The thing is, this is doing him so much good because these are ranking events now. And
Right.
Greg is already highly ranked.
so this will definitely shoot him up with the rankings.
Yeah, who knows? Next year, Greg could be a pro.
Well, it just shows you. it just shows you. It just shows you. Even one of the
Blind squirrels can find the nut.
even a blind hen finds a worm now and again.
Yeah, he's doing phenomenal.
He's
He is.
brilliant. He's a class act.
And he's it's one of the reasons why he was high on the list for the Scotland team that I selected myself, along with my commentator partner here.
Well, Greg he's playing good stuff. He plays the game the right way as well, and he's got all sides to it. He's got the dirty side, so to speak.
He's got a tough yellow. I
watched
can see through the
I
gap
watched
here.
him the first day. I was in here the first day, and he was playing Ewan Waddle, who, by the way, is in the Scotland A team, won the trial. And he's playing Ewan Waddle, and I swear to God, he's 4 each. And Ewan's got him in tatters. He's got him in absolute knots. I looked over and thinking to myself, well, Greg's 5-4 down, essentially. And,
What a yellow he's just stroked in. The cue ball is down close to the bottom rail. The yellow is just above the middle bag, welded to the cushion, and he's nailed it and came across for the black. If Greg pots this, what a finish, Greg McMillan. I know you guys can't see it, but we can see it from the commentary booth. He is definitely, absolutely buzzing.
That's a good yellow, and a good black as well. Wasn't an easy black.
Trying to catch his eye here so I can get my picture taken with him later.
So he was playing Ewan Waddle the first day, and he's 4 each with the big Ewan, and he can't win the frame. I've looked over and said, Greg's 5-4 down. I look over 2 minutes later. Greg's got his 6 reds. Ewan's got 1 yellow. And he's got every bag covered. He's got double up in the corner. And I was just thinking to myself, Oh, he's put like the shiny, as you say,
Yeah.
his old dad's tricks there.
No word of a lie, guys. I know you couldn't see it, but the finish Greg just took there was unbelievable. It was worthy of winning any frame. I mean, it's the kind of finish, if you won a match with it, it would probably go down in history. It was absolutely incredible. It looked to me like he couldn't win the frame at one point because his balls were all dead, and next thing it's finished. And I've looked at the screen and it was a run out. He's actually dished from that position. What a finish.
He's playing good stuff, definitely.
Hopefully for everyone at home, he actually struggled on the TV table. He openly said that when he played David. The time thing caught him out. But who knows? If he keeps going the way he's going, he's going to be on this table again at some point soon. Liam Dunster's one up on Mark Boyle and he's got a chance. That's not a perfect shot from Gareth.
The only thing is, this Adams break could be the difference. You've seen Greg's finish here, Stevie. And you've got the...
Yeah, it's some break. Some break from it. That's going to be some match. This is Adam Griffiths has got a chance to dish straight back, and that'll be 3 frames all with 4 dishes out of the 6 frames. That's going to be a foul.
Oh.
And Keane, a big chance here for Keane.
It's not easy, 2 shots. Table's still a bit rough, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be better. As far as Keane's concerned. But the yellow above the red might go closest to the black spot. And if it does, then he's probably going to play it right now. It's just what kind of position is the cue ball going to be left in after this shot? If he catches the red full in the face, that would be better. If he goes under it, which he did, he's actually okay. He's actually okay. It could have come out worse. He's now got that yellow on the left cushion as his last ball. So he's got to take these other 3 away.
Middle, probably.
Yeah, just wants to give himself the right angle to come across for that last one. I think he's okay. I think that's absolutely perfect.
Yep.
He's absolutely spot on. I think if he goes middle, he's going to give himself a much better angle to get across for that last yellow. You trace this? Oh,
Just took his medicine here.
yeah, I mean, he actually came round and looked at that angle, so he's did that deliberately so that he can screw across, but I'm very surprised. He could have just come round the back of that yellow and just dropped it in the middle and came over.
Oh. Ow.
Tell you what, guys,
Lucky
someone has greased the wheels on these pockets because that didn't look like it was going to drop. Unfortunately for Keane, it did. And this is going to be all square. And the live last 16 match between Gareth Hibbett and Keane Monaghan.
Adam did finish that.
And he did dish.
And now
Greg's back at the table
Adam's
here.
just broke drive, I don't know. Was that Greg's break?
It must be from Greg's break, but I must admit they don't look very good. The balls, there's a lot of reds and yellows tied up the top. Looking at Lewis McCool against Mark Farnsworth. Mark is one frame to 0 up. Now Lewis has a chance on the reds. Gio's 5-1 in front of Stephen Ellis. Cory Reese 4-1 up in Greg Davis. Clint Jansen 2, Chris Boron 3. So some big scores on the board right now. And who's Lewis? He's absolutely perfect, Lewis. We'll keep you posted on that match. As Gareth Hibbett sets up to break. And as usual, Gareth has given himself some choices here.
What a break that is, by the way. That's some break from the Godfather. To be possessed with his ability and that break.
It's incredible. As I say, on the breaking disc challenge thing that a lot of pool players are involved in these days, Gareth does them as part of his practice. That's the hours he puts in on the table are basically doing those challenges where he can win money at the same time for practicing. But really all you're doing is trying to break and dish all the time. And when he comes to play these events, that's all he's trying to do. He's never really trying to do anything but break and finish. And if his opponent doesn't manage to get a ball, then he's hoping to finish. So it's all one visit stuff that Gareth's aiming for every single time he comes to the table. He's judged that just about perfect. Touch a reverse there. And he's looking plumb. Have you been reading? You've been reading the subtitles?
No.
One of the things that came up and said there, the Galaxy at the fort when he's ready. And I'm thinking, who even said anything of those? I mean, I was laughing yesterday. The subtitles, I've already said, if there's people at home with some kind of impairment and they're watching, obviously, a lot of times pool hasn't got any commentary anyway, so I'm struggling to find what the need for the subtitles are, but there it's saying Galaxy again. Galaxy at default. I mean, I don't even know where these words are coming from. It is absolutely insane.
Gaz has the best front break in the IPA. That was the statement made there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. It is an out-and-out sledgehammer of a break that he has. So Mr. Cool to break off. A one frame apiece. Whoa.
Like, was that a front break?
It was a cut break from the left-hand side. You can see it on the delayed camera there.
Lewis has an unbelievable break as well. I watched him against Ryan Davey earlier. And that's like, every break was like that.
The thing for me is he's not even got an opener. The red is, I mean, the yellows are obvious, but Lewis McKill's break off there was unreal, and we'll come back to it. We'll see how he gets on, but Ryan Davila, did you see that?
Yeah. Maybe the subtitles haven't considered the Scottish accent.
Yeah, that's what I said. They're quite prejudiced. A chance for Keane here. He's going to want to try and keep pace with Gareth. He's not going to want to let him kick into too big a lead.
Just stop him from going too. That's the goal, isn't it? Return serve. Greg McMillan on a yellow here for 4-3, and I fancy him to get it. It's over the middle bag. That'll be.
I have to say, I don't know how that frame went, but the ball still looked quite similar. Looks like a couple of reds have moved, but Greg himself has gone 4-3 in front. I don't think that was a dish. I think there was a few.
No, it was a couple of tactical shots.
Yeah, there was a couple of shots involved in that, but there was one yellow that was stone dead in amongst about 4 reds. Like Greg's taking the finish on the yellows there, so he's done some good work. While his dad is sitting over her shoulder watching.
Now that's where Greg will actually come into action, seemingly there's a couple of wee safety frames. You fancy him to stay in the mix, to say the least. And the commentary is going to be a wee bit delayed for the next couple of moments. Although they may have the best commentator in the world, but I'd like to see him commentate on a black screen.
Yeah, we've kind of lost visual on the main screen, but we've got the delayed one to the right of us. But that would mean that while we speak, yous would be hearing the shots and stuff being a little bit behind. So try and keep you entertained for a minute whilst Sean is going to go and give Craig a shout. Sorry for the delay, guys. We had a few screen issues in the booth. They were sorted not long ago there. So we just had a wee minute's break. This match is obviously heading towards its climax. At the moment, Gareth is 7-4 in front. Guys, can anyone hear a slight interference, like a ticking, something like that? I'm hoping it's just in the earphones behind, in my ear. It's actually quite annoying. I don't know if anyone else can hear it. If you can, please let us know, because I'm sure it's something that Craig could fix. Look at that cue ball control from Gareth. Absolutely sublime. Absolutely sublime. Cheers, mate. Thank you. You see Cory on your screen just now. Looks like a thin cut on the yellow. He's quite fortunate there. He gives a nod to Greg. So there's the scores on the screen for you. Mark Boyle 5, Liam Dunster 2, Christian Phillips 3, Andrew McPhee 2, Greg McMillan 5, Adam Griffiths 5, Clinton Jansen 4, Chris Boron 6, Greg Davis 4, Cory Rees 6, Mark Farnsworth 3, Lewis McCool 2, Gio Edgar 7, Stephen Ellis 4, fight back on in that one, and Gareth Hibbett with 6 runouts, guys, 8. Cian Monaghan 4 with 3 runouts. We've got 9 runouts in this match. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, thanks guys on the chat. It must just be maybe the audio going into the earphones. There's like a slight ticking noise in my ear. I'll just try and cope with that best possible. It might be something to do with one of the connections here, but I'll get Craig to have a look at it after this match. It should be okay. Sounds like there's a grasshopper jumping about in my ear. So that shot that Cory had a little bit of fortune with, he got himself back in, and he's got a chance on the yellows in that match. As we come back to Mr. Run Out. And it's not going to be this time, because this is dry. And is there a chance for Cian to get a reverse dish on the board? The standard in this match is incredible. Gareth Hibbett with 6. Them coming either break or reverse. And Cian with 3 out of his 4. It is absolutely unbelievable. Much appreciated, guys. But I can say I can hear it in my ear. It only seems to be when I'm not talking. If it goes quiet, it seems to get louder and louder. So I'll try my best to keep talking rather than listening to the ticking. Took his medicine as such there. I don't know if he's on the one. He's that doesn't look like he's on the one to the top left. He's not going to want to play that just now anyway, so he's going to cannon the red on the left hand side of the yellow here. It's not what he was hoping for. He's in all kinds of trouble now. I don't think he can play the plant in any way. So it's going to be tough. Tried the billiard. Has he lost the black? No, he's not, but he may have lost the frame because Gareth Hibbett is stepping to the table with every red having a pocket. Just saying goodbye there to Tam Talent. Tam, what a man. What a man. When I started playing pool, Tam was one of the guys I got to know at early doors. Gem of a man. He's been floating around the last while down at McGoldricks watching a lot of the pool, giving his opinions on what guys are doing right and wrong. Well, he did tell me that yesterday that I'm up there with one of the most improved players he's seen. He's not seen me in about 10 years, so that makes me think I was absolutely rotten when Tam disappeared. But what a man. It's good to see Tam back floating around the scene, doing a lot better himself. Clever shot there from Gareth, using the cushion high up, making sure he plays it in such a way that the black doesn't end up coming along the bottom cushion. Oh, very clever. The cue ball back roughly where it is right now would be okay. I think he's going to come slightly higher because of the angle he's got. He's just checking it out just now. Well, he's underhit that by a long way. He's probably going to use the top cushion as well here now, unless he can hold it. Which he probably can. He probably can. Yeah, loads and loads aside. Let's take the pace out of the cue ball as it hits the cushion. And Gareth Hibbett is one away from the quarterfinals. And Cian Monaghan staring down the barrel of an exit at the last 16 stage. Fraser, yeah, you're right. You're probably right, mate. Everyone needs a great result at one point in time to kick on, so you're probably spot on. Well, Paul, you might be getting ahead of yourself to an extent, but these two are now heavily involved, and obviously the people involved just now they're all working behind the scenes to get everything in place for a new future, a new dawn in the IPA, which will definitely kick into play before this year ends, so that next year gets off to an absolute flyer. These guys don't believe in doing anything in half measures. They want to hit the ground running. I know there are some big decisions being made. So I would be watching watching out for some of those. But what I will say is, for a lot of guys who are maybe casual entrants of some of the events, they're going to have to be careful, because there is going to be numbers cut in certain aspects of even the tour. So everyone that wants to play is going to want to have their tour card. They're not going to want to be hoping that someone can't make an event so that they can take a spot, because I don't think that's going to be the way it's going to be. I think it's going to be heading in the direction of a set amount of players for each, maybe amateur, pro, ladies, whatever it is. I think there's going to be capped numbers. So I would suggest that there is big changes on the way. Yeah, the tables were only done 2 weeks ago, Fraser. They were done for the Saltire 2 weeks ago, and they're still playing absolutely phenomenal. They'll all be cleaned up and sprayed and absolutely fizzing with the new match balls on the table as usual for each event. So the tables are playing great, absolutely phenomenal. So one thing that you come to expect when you come to places like this, which is making pool players greedy, because if you go to a place, well, no disrespect to the tables when I played you in the Edinburgh Open, I know the guy did a couple of them over about a 6 or 8 month period. A number of the tables had been recloth, but they were all different. They weren't in the best of condition, that much is for sure. But what I will say is, when you come here, you normally get the best of everything that Paul and the team at McGoldricks can give you. So yeah, the tables were redone 2 weeks ago. So they should be in absolute mint condition for you getting here next week, mate. There's Gareth Hibbett, 1 red and the black ball away from a place in the quarterfinals. Absolutely sensational, Gareth Hibbett. Yeah, Fraser, exactly. It was absolutely insane. Paul, a long time ago at a charity football match, I was only young right enough, but it was a while back. But who knows? Maybe bump into him at one time in the future. We can listen to a bit of AC/DC, man. Gotta be a bit of AC/DC, man. Brilliant from Gareth Hibbett. I have to say, he is definitely one to watch. There's a couple of people in the venue over the last couple of days tipping him. He's going to be tough to beat. You see on the outer table Adam Griffiths, who's 6'5" in front of Greg McMillan, missing a big chance. And he's giving Greg a chance at that table on reds. It's not easy, but he's giving him a chance. So it's looking. Gio Edgar's ended up in a match. I think he was, if I can remember correctly, I think he may have been 5-1 up or something along those lines. He was well in front. But it's 8-5 now. Gio's only 2 frames away. Stephen has a chance on reds here. Where's the cue ball going to go? Well, he's at least on that red. It doesn't look easy. The club I played for in that charity football match that McCoist, I mean, it was littered with players from all around Scottish football at the time. McCoist was one of them. Kevin Gallagher was one of them. Peter Grant was one of them. Joe Miller was one of them. There was a lot of players that played for different clubs. There's actually quite I think I've got some photos in the house of it. I was only young, 17-year-old or something like that. And no, maybe 15, maybe closer to 15 when I think about it, 1995, 96. And I was playing for a team called Tower Hearts, one of the top youth amateur clubs that existed in and around Scotland at the time. So that's where I was at the time. I've only just noticed it up there, mate. I've only just noticed it. And it looks like on live TV just now, Max Verstappen has won the Formula 1 for anyone that may have a bet on. Although I'm sure he was probably a 1 to 100, as he seems to be winning every event. So Stephen Ellis made a big mistake. Gio Edgar has a chance to get on the hill. Pot kick here. Perfection. And you see a glimpse of Mark Boyle on the other table. Just about perfect. Didn't want to go too far. Lining it up just where he wants it to be. And he's looking at all his eventualities here. He's looking to see where he's good and where he's not good. So giving himself a couple of options. Maybe 3 inches back would be perfect. Deciding to go slightly higher just to widen his angle. So why did I stop playing football? So AJ, I did okay at youth level. I played with Dundee. Had a small kind of window of training through the summer with Aberdeen. I then did serious damage to my left ankle. I ruptured ligaments on the inside and outside. Doing the damage to the inside was relatively an unknown thing at the time. I was then asked if my issues with my ankle and the keyhole surgery and the cameras and stuff that they used could be put into a book for learning, because I was the first known recorded person that didn't. I mean, people were in car crashes and stuff and on motorbike crashes would do something similar, but they would snap their ankle bone at the same time. I managed to do mine without breaking any bones, which was apparently impossible until I did it. So I then had a long road back, and I was told off numerous specialists I would never play football again. But I did have a short 3-month spell, signed as an amateur with Stirling Albion, and had a great time. A great fun with a lot of the guys. It just didn't work out for me. I couldn't do it. I was in a lot of pain week after week, day after day. Every training session and stuff like that was just, it was hell, to be honest. But if anyone could have given me a choice of what I would have done, it would have been played football every day of the week. But now I coach. I'm involved in football coaching. I'm also doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes towards possibly becoming a football agent and stuff. So being involved in football was always a big thing for me, mate. But I had to stop, not by choice, but basically by necessity. So unfortunately, that was just the way it went. And that led me to the world of pool. My actual last day of training with Stirling Albion, I walked out of the training session and walked into the local pub where a player known as John Kerr, Tiger, was playing pool on the table. He says to me, "You want a frame?" I said, "I'll have a frame with you." And I won that frame. I cut a black with a pub cue right up the rail, and he looked at me and said, "Why don't you sign for the team?" And I was like, no, I didn't even know pool teams existed. It was foreign to me. But about a year later, I did eventually get involved in team pool, and then it all kind of came from there. But I did have about a 10-year exodus from the game, playing seriously with working away from home and everything else that goes with family life. So yeah, mate, it's one of the things that there's probably a million people out there with a hard luck story when it comes to football. I've heard loads of them myself, but it's not something that I generally go into any detail about. But I must admit, if I ever had a choice and somebody said you could go back in time and choose what you want to do, it's kicking a ball for me. That's no question. Stephen Ellis might have just played his last shot. Might have just played his last shot here. And one good positional shot from Gio if he can come through the gap. Obviously the black close to the yellow at the top left hand corner is not easy, but the yellow closest to it should give him a chance to just flick it. Cheers AJ, appreciated mate. Yeah, he's actually played. Oh, that's not what he wanted. It's unfortunate. I think that was one of the moments that he didn't want to look the gift horse in the mouth, so he seen the opportunity, he took it, but it never came out the way he hoped. It never went to plan. What can Gio do from here? Can he save the frame from this position? It's going to be tough, that's for sure. Going to play the long yellow. What a shot this will be. What a shot this will be. What a shot this is. What a shot this is. What a shot this is. That was absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. He was bridging over the top of the ball. To nail that the full length of the table was absolutely unbelievable. And a chance to win the match at this visit. He would have liked to have been a bit further forward than that. He's gonna have to take his medicine on the last yellow, I think. I'm not sure he can get prime position here. He's having a look just roughly where the red is, maybe just inside it. And then getting on the black's not going to be easy, so it's going to be another couple of massive shots for Gio here. Yeah, it was awkward. It was awkward, but Stephen Ellis is going to have to pounce. Gio has pulled out a couple of worldies. He's given himself some serious problems here. It was yellow first, of that there's no doubt. A big opportunity here. Stephen needs to take. He's looking good here. He is looking good. He's in prime position. He's got a couple of balls to drop in. Just It looks like he's going to try and leave the one in the middle of the table to last. There's no problem with that. I think he had numerous choices, to be fair. Could have just dropped, played the, maybe stopped the white, played the one into the middle, give himself the angle to just go one cushioning up. But this way he can just drop it in. So I quite like the way he's went about this. He's taken a very simple way, taking the cushion out of the equation. Stephen Ellis does punish Gio's mistake after a world-class recovery shot. But Gio couldn't get over the line. He couldn't execute the finish.
game they not get played. But do you want to do the final? Who wants to do the final between you two? You want to do it? That means you'll be timing because I'm not be here. No, no, I've got a third baby, everyone get. You don't care about that third baby, you're a liar. John, that was like too far and wrong. Like, I'll get a semi-final then, Connie, you can have a TJ knows what. He's looking at me, but I'm like, is he talking? It was just losing that song. He's in the hospital.
I'm well known for being the worst human of the label group. I was fucking wild. It was wild. I was looking at him, I was thinking, is he looking at me?
selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector.
Good afternoon, guys. I am back in the box. Just going to try and sort a couple of things with the headset here. See if I can't help myself a touch on that sound that was there before. I spoke to Craig and it should be okay now. So there's a little bit of drama in the venue there. I won't go into too much detail, but if anyone asks me face to face, I will tell you what happened. It was a bit crazy. However, and the mad thing is, Cory and Mark were on opposite tables from each other a minute ago, and the drama did happen in between those two tables. But we are back. We're live on the main table. This is the quarter-final stage. I have to give a massive shout out to one of my very own Scotland team players. A guy I selected personally for the Scotland B team heading to Coleraine at the end of the year. Greg McMillan. Greg, who I've known for a long time, he's always had masses of ability. He's always been in the mix, especially in local events. He's done his damage many times, but from the start of this year he joined the IPA tour and he has been starting to get himself deeper and deeper into tournaments, and he got to a semi-final of the opening IPA tour event in Newcastle. He then had a decent run in the last one, but now he is really deep in this one, so doing great. Just had Paddy in the box there, just for a wee second. But yeah, I was talking about Greg. He's obviously had some fantastic results over this weekend, so I'm just wanting to give props to Greg for what he's achieved so far and what he can achieve in the future if he keeps up this rate of improvement. And not even, do you know what? That's probably the wrong word, improvement. This rate of consistency. And it's something that we're all striving for. I've had some phenomenal results over the last while against some top players, but one thing is keeping that consistency over the distance in a tournament. To be fair, I haven't really played bad this weekend. Last night, in the match against David Wiggins, was actually quite a good standard. I kind of lost my way a touch at the end for different reasons, but over the piece I actually played quite well over the weekend, and I would probably suggest more than anything though that I would love to play more under the shot clock. I just felt that the game just seems to have a far better flow to it. To a lot of people, 30 seconds might seem quite quick, but it really did. I felt quite comfortable. I really did. I don't know what the guys at home are watching, if anyone's in the chat function, what they think, if they were ever putting the shot clock. I just think 90% of guys, ladies and gentlemen, that play the game of pool, or people that play at a decent level and maybe know their way around the table, most of the time you instantly know the shot that you're going to play. If you've got X amount of time to second guess yourself, third, fourth, fifth guess yourself, and maybe come up with something totally different, and talk yourself out of shots, I think that's probably a bigger issue than anything else. So I quite like the fact that once I made a decision on that during the 30-second shot clock, there was no change in my mind. There was no really. There was maybe the odd one that I had to think about, just a little touch. So you got your extension, and maybe just to set yourself properly and work out what you're going to do with that shot. But the decisions are made really early, so it's something I would love to be a big part of the game going forward. It's tough. Obviously, there's not enough referees to do the outside shot clocks, but if some software genius out there could come up with a way that, maybe like chess, after you play your shot, you tap the screen and the 30 seconds begins for your opponent, and so forth and so forth. And obviously, if there's a way they can do it where you get that one extension per frame that you can simply give yourself as you're looking at the table, just give it another tap on your side. It maybe goes to 60 seconds just that once, but there has to be someone out there that knows how to do it, because we have the tablets now available. We have all these different things on these apps. I think it would be phenomenal to have something like that. How you doing, Eddie? Going to work for your uncle that drives a taxi. Now you've got me thinking. What one is it? There's a couple of family members that drive the taxis. Stephen and Billy. James. There is a few, mate. I'm trying to think what one you could be talking about here. And Cory and Mark off to a very level start, but the in off there from Mark has given Cory a chance. He's opened them up well from the beginning here. Obviously Mark going in off didn't help. Cory's initial shot opened the frame up. He's going to want to clear his feet a little bit, maybe drop through. He's on the one to the top right hand corner than that. He didn't want to be too straight on it. I think he's okay. I think he can just about stun outside. Could pull it straight back, so his angle was a lot better than it looked. Just played it in off the top left hand knuckle. And what he can do is he's looking there like he's not got the perfect angle here. If he can just pull it straight back, he's okay. And I think he can. So just wants a perfect angle on this. Well, I think he's okay to just stun outside. And maybe just a simple drop in over the last yellow. Yeah, he's absolutely perfect there. Absolutely perfect. And the black goes down for a 2-1 lead for Cory Rees. So brilliant stuff from Cory to start us off. So Mark will not be getting too. He won't be getting too worried. This is a long, long race. There's a lot of pool to be played. The in off. That's probably something he's going to want to take out of the game. Well, there's definitely things that he'll want to improve on in the break shot. One of the biggest in the game these days. So sometimes it can be the biggest difference in these matches. In fact, I'm saying sometimes quite a lot now. It's becoming more and more the big shot in the game. And here's a question for everybody watching. How many people out there work on the break shot? How many people do it? And there we're just talking about in off. And Cory does it too. Yeah, Joe, so we've got stream table number 2 has Gio Edgar and Gareth Hibbett on it. And on the main table with commentary, we have Cory Reese and Mark Farnsworth. And these are the live games for the quarterfinals. When these matches finish, there is other cameras in the room that can be manoeuvred to cover the other tables. But the aim will be to get the semi-finals on as soon as possible. There is a number of guys in here that have got a bit of travelling to do. So when these matches finish, they'll be looking to get started as quickly as they can. Mark Farnsworth hitting back straight away after his own in off. And Cory Reese goes in off right after it. And like I said, guys, I've asked the question, how many of you work on your break? Jamie, after the last 2 tournaments I've had, I'll be working on mines. Well, I actually complain about my break quite a lot. I really do. And it's something that I really, really need to work on. Because it either wins me a frame or badly loses me a frame. There's so often that I'm breaking off and leaving my opponents a good chance. And to be honest, I get punished quite a lot for it, so I would definitely be... There's a lot of things I remember years ago watching guys practicing the skill shot, the 2-in-1, the combination, whatever you call it, and I often wondered what the best way to get... I used to ask a question, do you screw it back, do you play it with top, do you stun it, what do you do? And a guy named Alan Reynolds said to me, Stephen, just go and practice them. It doesn't matter what bit of the white you hit, just practice the shot and eventually they will become second nature to you. I spent hours for months practicing these shots. I started playing them along cushions. I started playing them off of plants. I practiced them with balls hanging close to every bag. Then I took the balls further and further away from the pockets, realising that the momentum that the ball carries is a lot more than just dropping into the pocket. And I got pretty good at these shots. It's not a shot that I practice much these days, but it's a shot that I got very good at back then. And I was using them a lot in matches, so much so that a lot of people kind of worried about hanging a pocket. But I then said a while ago, this wasn't that long ago, that I was struggling with specific shots. And Alan Reynolds, Renzi, said to me, Stephen, how was it you got so good at the 2-in-1s? Can you remember? And I said, oh yeah, I practiced them every day. And he looked at me and I went, so the way to get good at the other stuff is to practice it as much as you possibly can. So I think the break-off shot is massive. Absolutely massive. So maybe we should all be having a go at practicing that break shot. But it's definitely something that needs to be worked on by all of us. Keeping the yeah, well, that's the thing, Jamie, with the cup break as well. When I was using a big tip when I was playing the cup break, and I was losing the white, I was losing it quite a lot as well. And then I actually asked Mr. Mark Boyle about the way he plays it, because he plays it with such pace. And he mentioned to me that he uses a tip in similar size to his playing cue, and it allows him to hit the same part of the ball and play it with conviction. And so I've started to notice a lot of people that use the cup break use a much smaller tip, whether it be 8.75, which I'm sure a lot of guys are using in the pool game these days. So I think that might be, I don't know what size of tip you use to break and stuff like that, but it's definitely worth considering a smaller tip or whatever. I mean, if it's your own playing cue and then you can maybe work on the point of contact, but it's definitely something that we all need to work on. A break shot has become so big these days. And that's one of the things. A couple of weeks ago, Mr. Robert Stephen, he generally cup breaks, and he's got a pretty good one. Doesn't hit it too hard, and he was working on a front break as well to try and get something of a different option when maybe his cup break or his natural break isn't working his way. So it's definitely a shot that should be worked on, because it's becoming such a big part of the game. Most people can pot, and most players that play at a decent level can take a finish when it's presented to them. So I think if you can get the break-off shot decent, try and minimise your work, you get a chance of doing a bit better. But I must admit, it's not a shot that I've actually went in and got the balls out and just practiced my break, even for half an hour. I don't know how many breaks you would get in half an hour, but I would imagine it's quite a lot. Just working on the timing of it and catching the same part of the cue ball at a certain point, maybe getting your hand on the table at the same point over and over. But it is such an important shot these days. You don't see too many tactical frames. I mean, even no disrespect to the guys that aren't at the same level as most of the top guys, but you actually see so many guys just going for finishes. They just start potting balls, they leave dead balls to last, they leave balls that are maybe stuck to cushions or maybe stuck in between a cluster, and then they try and kick them out with the last ball and stuff like that. But generally, most people are going for finishes because they see the top guys breaking and finishing over and over and over. So it just becomes one of the things that everybody wants to do it, but it's not as easy as that. The break-off shot definitely makes it a touch easier. Must be a little bit of a timeout here. Yeah, time's running again. And we're talking about the breaks, and that looks like a dry one. It's just showing how important it can be. Both of these guys have gone in off already and gifted each other a frame. And now, what can Mark do with this situation here? Because he's got a good chance on yellows. And he's opted to go safe there. It wasn't easy. Obviously, the chance on the yellows. I'm going to assume that the one closest to the red in the left middle doesn't go. Well, doesn't go clean into the middle. Obviously, goes in the top and bottom, but he's opted to be a bit more conservative. So Cory's got work to do. It's not a bad shot Mark's played. Probably a very clever shot in the grand scheme of things. Doesn't want to force the issue. Cory actually, he didn't really have too many options there, so he did force the issue. I think the red just above the yellow at the bottom left corner might be just high enough for that yellow to go. The yellow and red in the middle of the table. I think that yellow will pass into the bottom right corner. And it definitely will go now. There's no issues now for Mark. He just has to map these out, make a decision. I don't know what kind of angle he's got. If that yellow passes into the left middle, the one in the centre of the table, I don't know if it passes. If it does, he could drop it in just now and get these two yellows out the way down the bottom and then work his way up. If he can just kiss the red, he should be just about perfect. Oh, he's decided to go really aggressive there. Maybe that yellow didn't go. It looked to me like he was trying to move it. Yeah, it looked like he was trying to move it there. And all the reds have a pocket now. The only issue is, it's a difficult start off. He just has to compose himself, cue the ball. And he's done so. And you have to fancy Cory to take these out now. He is a bit straight on the top red, but he can just screw back off the left-hand cushion. Just work his way over. Oh, he was okay. He was okay, just a little stun out. Looked like he was dead straight there. Not a little bit aside. Just below centre of the white. Just using a nice bit of cueing. And that was enough. What's his decision going to be, though, on that one at the right-hand side? Is he going to take it in the middle? Is he going to take it in the top? Well, that answers the question, but he's not landed where he would have liked. If he can get through the gap to the one at the bottom left, he's actually won a watch here. He's got pretty lucky. It's definitely not what he played. And if he can't get through it, which I don't think he can, he's going to have to take this one in the top. Another one of these instances. And he's cued it like a dream. He had to. Bridging over the ball. Digging down on the cue ball. Always a tough shot. Always a tough shot. Now, what do you do here, guys? Do you drop this in? Drift through the gap? I think that's a difficult shot. Do you just stun across? Little kind of delicate screw across through the gap. Brilliant shot. Absolutely brilliant. Judged that to perfection. Judged it to absolute perfection. Cory Reese on the verge of an equaliser here. Should be okay to just... Yeah, he's got a bit more angle than he would have liked, but I don't think he had any other option there, so he can just screw across, take the black in the same pocket. You've got options to drop it in and play the black into the right middle. Cory wanting to get his cue through the ball. Doesn't want to be drifting anything in. He wants to play as pure as he can. And Cory Reese is back on level terms. I'll give you some of the scores right now, guys. We've got Liam Dunster 1, Christian Phillips 2, Greg McMillan 1, Chris Boron 3. And on the other stream table, Gio Edgar 2, Gareth Hibbett 2. And as you know, guys, on the table currently live for you all to watch, Cory and Mark are sharing the spoils so far at 3 frames apiece. So, big break-off shot. The break hasn't been great for both guys so far. And what can Mark do here? And he's gone in off again, the same pocket. The exact same pocket. Unfortunately, for Mark, but it looks to me like he's going to go 4-3 down. With Cory to break in the next frame. And it's the exact same. It's come off the side and then through the gap. Between all the balls that are moving, it is unfortunate. And it's hit 2 balls on the way through as well. It's not been in clean, it's hit 2 balls on the way through. So it is unfortunate. But the cue ball was tracking in that direction. And momentum took over as it clipped off both balls. And found its way into the pocket. Oh, that most definitely was not the shot that Cory Reese was playing. Cory most definitely wanted yellows there. He wanted that yellow over the pocket, and that was his ball for the black. But he has majorly overcooked it. He's got decisions to make now. So a big mistake from Cory that came in the beginning of the two shots. Over hitting the yellow. It was a massive error. And he's allowed Mark Farnsworth to get back at the table with a huge opportunity here to regain momentum after going in off for the second time. Absolutely massive. Any lead in these matches is so important. Oh, it wiped its feet. But it's gone in. Now I wonder if he can just check straight back out between the two yellows, or if he has to go around the angles here. He's decided the angles as a shot. I think he can just about maybe screw on and off the side cushion, or does he use the angles again? I don't think he can. I think the yellow's in the way. So screw on and off. The yellow was always going to be in the way. It was always going to be a problem. But he's got a shot in the black, and sometimes it's all we can hope for at any stage in the match. How many times, guys, do you say, I just wish I had a shot? I wish I had a shot. Well, Mark's got a shot, and Mark takes it. So Mark should have been punished for his in-off. Cory is going to take a little quick recess off to the toilet, splash some hot water on his face, and he'll be hoping to come back and get that out of his mind as quickly as possible. And you don't want to allow things like that to get to you too much. But Mark is now 4-3 in front in this match. And it is Mark to break in the next frame. Cory to break. It was when Mark went in off, I was saying Cory will break next, and it could be taking him 5-3 in front. So I got myself mixed up there. Cory will get to break and a chance to hit back. But he's now having to come back when he should have been trying to kick on. As you can see on screen just now, Greg McMillan and Chris Boron. The gold standard. Chris about to go 4-2 in front. And Chris beat Flint Jansen in the last round. I think it was 10-5. And Greg McMillan beat Adam Griffiths by 10 frames to 8. So some quality on show over this weekend, it has to be said. And Gio Edgar and Gareth Hibbett are absolute phenomenons. The youngster against the Godfather. And that is an intriguing match, I must admit. And it could go all the way. So here we go, Cory to break. And it's not the best. He's put himself in a bit of trouble here. It's one of the ones where He's got a decent break. The balls are in good position, but it's not perfect by any stretch. So he's got work to do. He's got a lot of work to do here. Now, what is on his mind? It has to be the containing shot, surely. It has to be. Yeah, Liam, well, if you're breaking, no matter where you are on the table, if you aim down on the cue ball, it's going to jump. So, for me, I think the simple thing to do is make sure you're cueing as flat as possible. And stay down as much as possible. So, I don't think it's... I mean, obviously, technically, you can work on the things, but the timing of the break is massive, and I think that just comes with years of practice. But the guys at the top end of this game, it is no fluke. They are so good at what they do. They're so good the way they play the game. But the break-off shot for me is one of the biggest weapons in the game, and some of these guys are just incredible at it. So a touch aggressive there. A touch of aggression. And it's gifted Cory a chance. It's a huge opportunity. And he's going to want to take it this time. So the only touch of work I see is just how he takes these yellows that he's looking at just now. I think in an ideal world he would have been on the gap and he could have dropped the one nearest the pocket in, just flicking the red, and then it would have just been left middle, right middle, left middle, bottom. But it's going to be slightly different. He's still absolutely perfect here. He can just stop the cue ball, even bring it back a quarter of an inch. And that's okay. So he's just going to do very, very similar route. He still went left middle, right middle, left middle, bottom for the black. It was just the order that he took the two yellows in. A bit further than he would have liked, but he's okay. And just screw straight back here, maybe down a couple of inches. And maybe he was coming towards the red, and just giving himself a good enough shot on this. I don't see Cory making any mistakes, you can see there, so he might have been coming close to the red. So he's just taking it right out of the equation, and it is 4 each. And in quick fire fashion, Gio is 4-3 in front of Gareth Hibbett now. Liam Dunster 2 frames apiece with Christian Phillips. And it looks like Chris Boron has a chance to go 5-2 in front of Greg McMillan. Greg has obviously had a chance. He hasn't taken. And Chris has these yellows, which I must admit I fancy him to take. He doesn't want to be greedy on this. And that's the way. Just leave it long. He's absolutely spot on there. Absolutely perfect. Didn't want to be greedy. Didn't want to be stunning away out and trying to be perfect on them just to roll in middles, or just giving himself a shot. And it's one he'll take very easily. Absolutely perfect. So it will be 5-2 to Chris. And the match against Greg McMillan. And Chris, to me, looks like a man well and truly in form. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? Mark Farnsworth has gone in off again. But the mad thing is, guys, he's gone in off 3 times. And he's still 4 each in this match. Now, I expect Cory should take these out here. He should be going into a 5-4 lead. Well, you have to think things could be a lot worse for Mark than be 1 frame behind when you've gone in off on the break 3 times. So he wants to open it all up in one go here. And that's the way to do it. Using your 1 free shot for numerous purposes. Yeah, that's decent. Could have been a touch better. But the table has opened up now. And the chance on yellows, I think, is better than reds. I just want to screw past the red. In an ideal world, he would have had this yellow as his last ball. Well, there's plenty of other options here. I think I'd be tempted to take the one into the top right corner just now. And maybe screw back for it. Well, that's not ideal. And maybe he's just got enough of the angle. He doesn't want to be drifting past the red. He's looking at it just now, so if he pots the yellow into the left middle after this one, he does not want to have an angle that takes him past that red. He could end up snookered and be far away on the wrong side for heading to the 8 ball. And the decision here on this shot is how far forward he can take the cue ball. Yeah, he's in a bad trouble here, I think. No, he's okay, actually. He's going to take the top one of the 2, and I think he has to. I think he's played it that way. In fact, he has played it that way. There's no doubt. He couldn't get where he wanted to be on the one closest to the red. So, making sure he had the distance, which would widen the angle, going off the right cushion up to the top. And he's actually played that perfect, Cory. He's played it absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. Very well done. Cory Reese, he's got a chance here now. If he can just get the right angle on the black, I think he's going to be perfect. He's just off straight here, so he should be able to just stun towards the middle pocket. He won't play it at any kind of pace to bring it into play. He'll just come down slightly low. Yeah, look at that. Perfect. Yeah, that was a good shot he played. The one when he rolled the yellow into the top right corner. There's no doubt he wanted the other ball first. He looked at it, he lined it up, but once he realised he couldn't, he changed his mind and did it well and punished a Mark Farnsworth in off this time. And Cory is 5 frames to 4 in front. And Cory will break here. This is another opportunity to kick on. You can see some of the other matches in full swing. Chris has missed the plan. And some of the guys that are in here watching and supporting Greg, giving a bit of a shout there. Come on, Greg. What can Greg McMillan do to get himself back in that match? He's 5-2 down. There's a lot of pool to be played. Now, what can Cory Reese do to inflict further damage on Mark Farnsworth? He's got a ball. He's got a ball. Has he got an opener? It's not easy. Look at the black ball down in the bottom cushion. The black ball on the bottom cushion is absolutely welded. So he's got work to do now. So he's going to take the... Well, he's changed his mind by the looks of it. He was going to take that yellow in the top left-hand corner. Yeah, he's got the spider now. There's still work to be done here. There's no doubting that from this position, yellows might well be the balls. There's not much in the space of containing shots here. So I must admit, guys, I'm wondering what Cory has in mind for the black ball. visitor in the box for a few minutes there. The winner of the football card that was on show for the weekend, Paddy McAllister, has won the £1,000 prize. So another attempt there. Cory had to try and kick on in this match, and unfortunately he's not managed to do so. So there is nothing to separate these two just now. And you see the scores on your TV screen. Greg McMillan has got himself back to 6-3 from 6-2 down. And Gio is absolutely flying against Gareth. He is now 7 frames to 3, sorry, in front. 7 frames to 3. That's on the other stream table. And Christian Phillips and Liam Dunster, not much to separate those two. It's 3 frames all. So this time, my cue ball is on the table, and there's a chance on these reds. Yeah, Stephen, I fully agree. That last visit there from Cory, I think probably the better option would have been just to maybe slide off the yellow and just invite Mark back to the table until there was such a chance that there was a guarantee, or maybe not even a guarantee, but at least a high percentage chance that you might get it. Instead, he went for a very, very, it was close to impossible finish from where he was situated. And even if he still landed on that yellow, what was he going to do with the black? So many yellows down, and the black ball was still sitting. Not even an attempt to try and get it out yet. So I have to think that Cory maybe hoped more than anything that he was going to get a chance to get it out, but he just didn't do so. But Mark Farnsworth has just gifted Cory another chance. Wants to get back over to this cushion just now. He would have liked to have been a bit straighter there, because ideally for Cory, he would have wanted to be on the yellow closest to the red on the right hand side and get that out the way. For me, I would maybe be taking that right now. Take it just now and then come back and take this one on the cushion, and then the 2 yellows that's left. I really think he'd be better off taking it just now. He's going to leave it, and let's hope it doesn't come back to bite him. Just needs to right. Don't know what happened there with the sound. Sorry, guys. Just needs the right angle here. I was kind of looking over at the other screen there where Gio is on a finish to go 9-3 in front of Gareth Ibbott. Absolutely perfect, Cory Reese. Absolutely perfect. And it looks like Gio will go 9-3 in front of Gareth Ibbott. That's Cory Reese. Pounces on a mistake from Mark Farnsworth. And it seems to be the story of this match, guys. Both of these players giving each other chances. There really does have to be a stop of the rot for these guys if they want to kick on in the match. And Liam Dunster goes 4-3 in front of Christian Phillips. So that match falling behind ever so slightly over the rest. They're just going into frame number 8. Greg McMillan and Chris Bohr on 10. Mark Farnsworth, Cory Reese 11. Gio Edgar and Gareth Ibbott going into frame number 12. It's all go here. It is all go. And what can Cory do? Can he kick on this time? And he's gone and off. Guys, this is absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I don't know if there's a record for the most on-offs in a match, but this is 5 or 6 between these two. It's absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And what is Mark's decision going to be? He's taking reds. He's just using that yellow to get himself close to the one really awkward red down at the bottom corner of the table. He would have loved to be on the red, the highest of the two, closest to the left middle. That would have just allowed him to have a little bit more scope at that point. But he's okay from here. Both reds look like they pass into the middle. And obviously the bottom one definitely does, while the other one goes in the top if he has to go that way. He's going to take the highest of the two reds just now. He's just not as good as he would have liked on that top red. He's going to want to get on it now though. Now, I don't know if he could have got a bit closer there. Well, it looks to me as if he's going to chase the white around 2 cushions. He'd maybe end up with an option of both of the reds. Maybe a left corner. He's coming all the way down. And you know what? It's okay. It's a lot further than he would have liked. But he's okay. He can just run this in the top and just push the white through. That should leave him absolutely perfect. Then just drop the red in. Yeah, he'll just drop off the cushion down towards the black. And again, Mark Farnsworth hits back here. And Cory has not been able to get any daylight between himself and Mark. Now Gareth being super aggressive there and not getting the reward. You didn't have hammer that one in. He's absolutely stoated at home. So the thin cut doesn't drop. It's as good a second prize as he could have asked for. Gio has a couple of reds that he can play and try and get it into play. He's going to be aggressive no matter what. 9 frames to 3 in front. He's going to go for it right now. Unfortunately, it didn't come out the way he would have liked. But Gareth has an absolute astronomical mountain to climb to get even close to Gio in that match. So Gio won't be too worried as of yet. Now Mark might have preferred the reds here, but it's going to be yellows, and the yellows aren't bad. I would say the reds are slightly better, but there isn't a shot on reds. Yeah, it's just the lowest one of the two yellows that's close to each other. He's going to have to play a good shot off it and guarantee that he gives himself. Oh, is he going to have a go right now? No, he's not. He's just going to drop to the top end of the table. Just needs the cue ball to slow down. Yeah, just drop to the top. Absolutely perfect. That just clears its feet. I like the way he's gone about this. There's no doubt he would have preferred a little bit of angle here, where he could maybe have just stunned the black out. I think he can just drop through. Should be okay. Should be okay. I think he's on the one to the bottom. So he's just checking his angle right now, just to make sure he can play what he needs to. But I think if he gets to a position where he can drop the yellow in the left middle, just maybe push through to play the black into the opposite middle pocket, he may even be able to hold it and play it in the top right hand corner. It just depends on how much of that yellow he can see and how much of the pocket it can go in. Now, He's held it a lot more than I thought he would. So does he feel like he can stun through the gap? Or can he just screw the red out the way? I'm going to go for red out the way. Red out the way, black in the top left-hand corner. No, he's went for the shot I mentioned in the first place, to just slide past the black and play it in the opposite middle. And he played it with loads aside just to carry it through. And Mark Farnsworth is now in the lead in this match. It looks like it's going to go all the way. Gareth has just slammed the ball into the middle and screwed up and kicked the black, the red and the yellow all into position. He's now got a chance. And he's just about perfect there. And Gareth will get a frame on the board here. It's going to be 9 frames to 4. At one point that match was really tight, but Gio just flew away, racking up a number of frames in a row, and left Gareth with a massive job in his hand trying to get anything from the match. But we'll come back to the main table. And I was about to say the cue ball was in danger again. But the worst case scenario is the white went in. Unfortunately, no other colours went in. So Mark is at the table and he's got a chance. And it looks to me like every red has somewhere to go. So there's a chance here for Mark Farnsworth. He just has to compose himself and he can create some daylight between him and Cory Rees. There's still work to be done, but you have to say it's a huge opportunity here. Mark Farnsworth. He came through a gruelling tie against Lewis McCool in the last round, 10-8. And both players were on the table next to each other. Cory was playing Greg Davis, and it was another match that went all the way. I think it was 10-8 in that match as well. So both of these guys have played a lot of frames today, never mind over the weekend. But this is a massive opportunity that you have to feel that Mark Farnsworth has to take. Anyone that's been watching this game from the start will know that both of these guys have been chipping frames back and forward to each other, chipping so many opportunities that both of these guys have had, and so many of them that they've taken to give the opposition player the chance. The break-off has been mad. I mean, to go in off as much as they have, I think it's 5, it could be 6 times. The break-off shot has been massive in the match. But not just that, the amount of times that both guys have tossed a chance towards each other when the chance was there to be taken all on their own. So a stun up off the cushion, loads and loads aside, and he's going to have to go top cushion and back down here. It looks thin. I think he can cue it. I think he can just about get it. It looks like he can just about dig into it enough. loads aside beyond this. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And there is daylight now in this match. For the first time since the early part of this match, Mark Farnsworth is kicking on. And unfortunately for Cory, he is now the man chasing. He's had so many chances to create daylight at his end. So many chances to kick on so much in this match. But unfortunately, Cory hasn't managed to do it. Unfortunately for Mark, he is now the man in the lead here. 8 frames to 6 and charging towards 10 at a rapid pace. Yeah, you see scores, guys, on the screen. Liam Dunster, 5 frames to 4 in front of Christian Phillips. Greg McMillan, 4. Chris Boron, 6. Gio Edgar, 9 frames to 4 in front of Gareth Hibbert. And Gio is at the table with a chance. So Gio on reds, looking at the table. You don't see too many issues. So it looks like Gio will be one of our, in fact he will be the first semi-finalist of the Scottish Grand Prix, brought to you by the IPA. And we are in McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar in Glasgow. Or should I say on the outskirts of Glasgow now. The Rutherglen area, which was once part of Glasgow, now a Glasgow overspill borough, but to most people it will always be part of the Glasgow area. But we are here in a fantastic venue with some of the best players, and some of the great pool on show has been phenomenal this weekend. And none other than Gio, who has been fantastic from day one. I stunned at him with a bit of side, just following through it. He's just going to run this in off the cushion, straight back out. Black ball in the same pocket. And Gio is our first semi-finalist. Neil, Neil, they were on yesterday, right? The subtitles were on yesterday, and even this morning, and I was in hysterics. The subtitles were saying, I was obviously using the name Mark Farnsworth, and it was saying farms off, as in some farmer had turned the lights off. And yeah, I mean, as much as I expect some people might have the odd issue here and there, that's fair enough. I mean, I've watched so many different programmes through the years growing up, maybe from Scouse and Geordie and London and what have you, and I think most of us took the time to learn to understand certain slangs and phrases, but for some reason us people in Glasgow seem to have it a bit tougher than everyone else in the UK when it comes to understanding, but we do our best. But as you said, mate, even the subtitles on the famous YouTube just can't seem to get it right. Some of the words are absolutely hilarious. I do agree. Blackburn, the same pocket. Yeah, I had them on. They were on in here for a couple of days, and I actually found myself looking at the subtitles more than I was the pool. Some of the things that it was saying was absolutely incredible. So Mr. Farms Off is about to go 9-6 in front here. If he can just drift past without any danger. And it will be the black into the bottom right-hand corner. And Greg just getting in his way there. But Mark does send the black home. And Cory has had his chances. For everyone that's been watching this from the start, Cory has had numerous chances, numerous opportunities to get himself so far in front. He'll be disappointed, but Mark has hung in there. He's waited his time. And he's took his chance when they've came. And he is one frame away from the semi-final. And if it serves me correct, it looks to me like the winner of this will play Gio Edgar. A massive break off again. Can Cory keep the cue ball on the table? And can he get a ball to give himself a chance to stay in this match? Cue ball safe, and there is one down. A massive chance here for Cory. Massive chance. That's the... What was that one, Dan? That's Burniston, when they're in the lift. They're saying 11. 11. And they're saying, you've got to do it in an American accent. 11. And they're at it for ages. Before you know it, they're on each other's shoulders, shouting at the speaker. Braveheart, yeah. William Wallace, yeah. Oh, that's one of the funniest ones. There's a good one with on Burniston with the rolls, any rolls. A few of these sketches are okay, I must admit, but the lift one is good. That's good. I can't understand a word that they're saying. Yeah, I mean, I've got an Alexa in the house, and it seems to do okay. But if Alexa was using the same software as YouTube subtitles, then I must admit, I would be rather baffled by what was coming on Alexa when the words that seem to be coming up on that screen. It is quite funny, I must admit. Some of the words I've seen coming up on it are just incredible. Can he hold the white here? I don't know if he has. I think he's come too far. And the camera angle might be deceiving, but it looks like he might have come too far here. And the fact that he's not already went down and played it. And he's already used his extension, so he's going to have to play. He's just going to drop it in. Ah, fantastic shot, Cory Reese. Fantastic shot from Cory there. He obviously wasn't happy with what he played in the first place. Mechanical device here. Oh my word. Cory did get one back. And now we're looking. At the Liam Dunster-Christian Phillips match. And it looks like Christian on these reds. Liam, how are you? I'm going to guess you were in the players' lounge having a game. It's pretty good in there, eh? Brilliant place Santa's got as well. That's one of the venues that gets held. Well, we hold the Saltire events in between McGoldricks and players. Yeah, I was actually. The funny thing is, for the last few weeks, I've been working just round the corner from there. If I knew you were up, I'd have probably popped round. That sounds good, mate. So here we go. Can Mark get over the line here? Set up a mouth-watering tie against Gio Edgar. Is he running towards the yellow here? Can he just pass through? That's the question. He's taking his time on this. I don't know if something happened there, if there was a bit of a timeout, but time seemed to stand still and Mark wasn't in shot. Now he could push through. I fancy him to get these, you know. Yeah, so he's got a bit of a timeout just now. Greg McMillan at the table, next to the match table here. So Mark will just allow Greg to play his shot. Only two Scottish players left, Scott. No, sorry, three Scottish players left. And we have Liam Dunster and Greg McMillan currently battling in the quarterfinals, and young Gio, the young pup of the bunch, is already in the semi-final. So we have three Scots, a couple of Welshmen, and a couple of Englishmen. After these ties are done, it's going to be a multinational semi-final, that much is for sure. unless Greg and Liam can overcome Christian and Chris. If they do, you could potentially have 3 Scots in the semi-final. But Mark Farnsworth is looking to be the first Englishman, and Chris Boron will be hoping to be the second. Liam Dunster, who's playing Christian Phillips right now. Both of these guys are level at 5 frames apiece. And Greg McMillan is still chasing after Chris Boron in that match. There's Mark Farnsworth. He might have wanted to come a touch further for that. You can see how quickly he's gone down. He's absolutely fine and uses the yellow to his advantage. And Mark Farnsworth is this black away from a place in the semi-final. And he does it. Massive congratulations to Mark Farnsworth. No wonder the subtitles can't understand me. The way that just came out my mouth there, I didn't even understand it. Congratulations, Mark Farnsworth. Cory had his chances to kick on early in the match. It didn't happen. Mark just stuck about. He hung in there and he waited his opportunity and he took it. And he is our second semi-finalist. So we have 1 Scot and 1 Englishman in the semi-final. And we still have 2 Scots, an Englishman and a Welshman in the other quarter-final matches that are being played very tightly just now. But Chris Boron is about to go 7-5 in front of Greg McMillan, as you can see on your screen right now. So Greg had 1 red on the table there, guys. I'm going to assume that he had a chance, unless by magic, and Greg turned into Paul Daniels overnight, that those other reds disappeared. And that's one hell of a trick without having a chance. So McGoldricks is starting to get a buzz about it. We are only an hour away from a big chance for Scotland to get themselves into the knockout of a major football tournament for the first time in their history, which is absolutely mental considering the players that Scotland have had through the years. And although those individual talents have eluded us in recent years, they are a decent team. They work well together. They've got a good manager. And to think of the talent that used to come through on these Scottish shores. A big problem with coaching, I believe. And as a young coach myself, my biggest thing is about coaching technical ability. Plenty of touches of the ball. Just give the kids a ball and let them play. Too many training sessions these days are done. Kids are running about mad, playing tag with the buses, and they're forgetting how to use a football. I hear things like, yeah, he's full of energy, that kid. Oh, he can run all day. I'm like, if he can run all day, put him to an athletics club then. We don't need a kid to run all day. We need him to play football. So I think the days of the crazy coaching need to change. Maybe it'll happen over the next while. Maybe if I can get my teeth into the SFA, something would change. But I honestly don't believe there's enough coaches like me. There's too many of them that just want to win at youth level, and then by the time the kids are older, the big, fast, strong guys get outdone by the guys that are good on the ball. And it's been happening for too many years now. But they've got a chance tonight, and good luck to the Scottish boys. I'll be excited watching that. So Greg McMillan and Chris Boron are on your stream just now. A chance for Greg Don't overthink it, lad. Keep it nice and simple. For me, the reds are probably the balls, and the two reds down the bottom. You could take one into the bottom left corner, the other one into the right middle. Take both of them into the bottom left corner, and then you've got your last ball for your black. And I think that's what's worrying Greg. That's why he's tempted to go yellows here. And if Greg starts potting yellows and doesn't get them, he's going to leave a big chance for Chris. Mark, this is no word of a lie. I am 100% a forward thinker. I just believe that kids are sponges. I believe they can take things in that a lot of adults can't these days. I just think there's a way to teach. I believe there's a way in what we can create intelligence in young footballers. And I just don't think there's enough of it. I get asked numerous questions from different coaches and parents that will come and say to me, how do you get those kids playing that type of football at such a young age? And it's like, well, it's all we've ever done. We don't believe in kicking the ball high. We don't believe in lumping it. We don't believe in anything that doesn't equate to kids getting plenty of touches of the ball. So, but I also think that's something that can be coached into anybody. So you've been on my list of people that I might talk to if I wanted to take another step in the game, but I must admit, it's something that intrigues me. I love working with the kids. I love working with the academy. We've came so far, and we do get a lot of praise for the way we go about our business, but I don't think there's enough people like the way we do it, and that's a massive problem for me. So this table has opened up massively now for Chris Boron, and I can't help but feel that the reds were always the balls. And Greg is in big trouble if he can't take these out now. Does the yellow go in the top corner? The one on the outside? It doesn't look like it to me. We're about to find out, that's for sure. He's going to play a plant, I think, guys. I think Greg is going to play a plant into the right middle here. Now, how's your luck? Because I don't think he's on anything. Yeah, Mark, I've got the luxury of having the other stream in the booth next to me. I got to see quite a bit of Gio's game while I was commentating on the Mark Farnsworth match against Cory, and Gio looked like he was absolutely flying. He took the chances you expect him to take. His break was going well for him. It was massive, and he performed absolutely phenomenally. So, a massive congratulations to him. As another chance goes a begging for Greg McMillan here. So the two reds down the bottom are still a type of problem that Chris would like to remedy as fast as he can. He didn't want these as his last 2 balls now, but if he can drop in behind him, he's going to have numerous options. And he can't help but think that those are the same options that Greg would have had when he refused to take reds and go yellows. And the only thing in his mind was they 2 reds, but for me, they had numerous other pockets to go in. I must admit, that looked a bit... I don't know. It looked a bit pushy to me, but I'm only on the screen behind it. It just looked like the way the white ball moved was a bit dodgy. I don't know if it was just the way Chris swung his arm at it. The white did jump as it went to the side, and it's not came in the angle he thought he had. But he's still at the table. And what can he do? It looks to me like the bottom red passes. I don't think there's any issue there. If he can take the pocket, he's going to be a big favourite here. He's not going to want it to drop, and he's not going to want to leave Greg a chance, which he's done. So what can Greg do here? Can he pull out a World 8? Yeah, that's. It was just the way I just kind of looked round at it, Neil, and it just looked like the white didn't go where he wanted it to, and I did see it kind of take a jump, but it just looked like one of these shots that you maybe have to look at it twice. But as I say, I didn't see it properly. Just as I looked at the screen, he was just swinging his arm at it, and it didn't look great. But I think that goes without saying, because it did not go anywhere near where Chris was expecting it to go. So I think it's one of them. It just went wrong. So what is Greg thinking here? If he's thinking of sliding off that yellow, I think he's going to cause himself some problems. I think this is what he has to do. I think he has to be aggressive here. Can you play this? He's played that a bit pacey. He's called 2 shots, I think. I don't know if anyone's seen on the screen there, Greg put his hand up. It looked like he was putting up 2 fingers to say 2 shots. I can't imagine what for. No. I don't know what he was doing with his fingers there, but maybe it was just a bit of frustration. Yeah. Graham, I totally agree. I just think it's not went where he wanted it to go, that shot from Chris, and I think that's what made the shot look a bit off. When I've said it looked a bit pushy, but I think it was just the way Chris took a swing at it. There's no doubt in that Chris would be the first one to call it. That goes without saying. I've actually done a couple of these matches over the last while, and I've seen him. He was on the outside stream table, I think in Newcastle, and called a foul on himself that baffled the opponent, because nobody, and I mean nobody, seen anything at all. But it just showed the class of the man that he called it in an instant. Now I think Greg can nick this yellow in. I think he's going to have to screw around the back of the black. He's going to have to be careful of the right middle pocket. Yeah, I don't like the way he's looking like playing to slide off the red, but I think the way to go here. I think the way to go here is to screw around. Well, let's see what Greg thinks. Yeah, it's killed the black at the same time there. I didn't like that. It just seemed a negative way to play it. I think he had to be full-blooded on that. Ali McCoyster. Yeah, he's played that in such a negative way there. I just, it's just a surprise the way Greg can be very aggressive the way he plays the game. He's also very tactical at times, but unfortunately, right now, he's not getting it right, Greg, and it's not going his way. But he's trying to hang in there. He's obviously left Chris a chance here. But if you look at what Chris is going to just drop this down over the bottom bag. Now, the black is stone dead now. It is absolutely stone dead. So what can Greg do to change his stars in this frame? And in doing so, maybe he can turn the match around, but he's in a bit of trouble. He's in a bit of trouble, that's for sure. There's a lot of stuff to do here. There's a lot of shots to be played. And Chris Boron is a massive favourite here. Massive favourite. He might have to just give himself a shot at a double or something like that. Cheers, mate. I actually get that quite a lot. Now, has he left Chris? He's left him the billiard shot. And if Chris gets the billiard bang on, I tell you what, guys. I tell you what. It's going to be a highlight reel moment. Here we go. I tell you what, look at that. He's called it before he played it. And Chris Boron. I tell you what, guys, that is a first-class shot. And Chris Boron with a huge opportunity here to stretch his lead to 8 frames to 5 in this match. Cheers, mate. Yeah, brilliant from Chris. Can't help but feel Greg took the wrong balls. Scott Grady, I like that shot. Because if Greg can get the bottom corner, he's got a chance to get the black out at the same time. So, yeah, there was opportunities there. He decided to try and play the slow roll snooker. He almost got it. But he left Chris the billiard. And Chris had the chance, and he took the chance. And I have to say, Greg now is chasing a man in top form. And Chris does look like he's going to take some stopping. His match against Clint earlier on, where he beat Clint 10-5. A few people that were watching that told me how good he played. He was absolutely phenomenal. So he's well in this tournament, that's for sure.
Rewind selector. 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 Rewind selector.
Don't know if you can hear, guys, but the bagpipes are in full flow in McGoldricks as the semi-finals are awaiting to get started. I don't know if we're waiting on the piper, slowing his roll, but he is in full swing. I tell you what, he must have a bigger lung capacity than Moses Kiptanui. And it's going to be Mark Farnsworth and Gio Edgar on the main table, Christian Phillips and Chris Boron on the outside stream table. So we have 2 Englishmen, a Welshman and a young kid from Thailand in the semi-finals. And on the big screen in here, the Scotland game is nearing its beginning. A result against Hungary, a result that is victory will guarantee knockout football for the first time. So massive good luck to my home nation. I'm dying to just scream freedom at the top of my voice, but I'm going to keep that to myself right now. But if we win, I'm going to run right out into that car park and scream it at the top of my lungs. But come on, Scotland. Give us something to shout about for once. Give us something to shout about. These earphones are doing my head in, man. I've never seen a twisted wire like it in my life. So, guys, I'm going to do my best to keep my eye on this match. I don't know if anyone that has been in McGoldricks knows what the booth is like. There is 6 screens. One has the 2 TV tables on it. One has the scoreboard. One is zoned in on the match table. And the other one is the YouTube link. The other one is loads and loads of mad details that I have no idea what it is. It seems to have an overhead view where it's just, I don't know what it is. I really don't. It's just loads and loads of numbers, X's and O's and L's and P's and loads of stuff. So anyway, and then on in the very middle of the top, so we have 3 at the bottom, 3 at the top, and in the very middle on the top row is the TV screen with the football on it. So I'll do my best not to be staring at that over and over. Cam, how you doing, mate? Gotta beat about AC/DC, man. This guy, I'm not joking. We need to get this guy tested because the lung capacity he has got is unbelievable. Freedom! That's nowhere near the level that I want to scream that at. But tonight, I am in deep hope that Scotland can do it. But it'll be tough. You know, I've heard that actually that if Hungary were to beat us, they might actually go through themselves. So it's all to play for, guys. I can only imagine that this match might start about 11 o'clock tonight, because this bagpipe guy is absolutely flying. Got to hand it to him. Got to hand it to him. He's good at what he does. Oh, no way. One of these. Oh, I can't believe a guy that's just walked in the door. And I don't even think there's any. There's probably no way I can even get a picture for anybody to see it, unless I could speak it over the microphone. This guy has just walked in. He's dressed rather mental, as you can imagine, but he's also he's remember the, what are they films, the kind of spoof, oh, what's his name, and he goes double L behave or whatever it is, and the wee mini me and that's in it. What's the name of the films? Somebody help me. I'm all over the camp here. Somebody help me with the name of the films. The guy wears the glasses and that, and it's going to annoy me now. It's going to annoy me. But anyway, the guy's come in dressed as, the person's called Fat B, and I am not joking. He is the living image of the guy from Austin Powers. That's it. That is absolutely nuts. He's got a tartan. It looks like some kind of, it looks like a Norwegian typed Viking hat, but it's covered in tartan with bells on the end of it. He's got a Scotland flag wrapped around him. It's unbelievable. He's definitely having a good time, that's for sure. I can't believe he's just walked past again. Unbelievable. These events definitely bring the best out in people. I need to try and sneak a picture of this guy. Maybe try and get it on the IPA Facebook. He's nuts. He's absolutely nuts. I don't know what's going on here, mate. I don't know if we're about to charge on Carlisle or something. This is mental. Well, Mark Farnsworth seems to have disappeared. If he comes back in with a kilt on, this place is going to kick off. I don't know if Bagpipe Bob got the memo that we have a major tournament on here. But Big Bob on the bagpipes is not giving. He's not giving it a minute, man. He is absolutely on fire. I've just saw Craig. He's in the middle of the room, walking about with a set of earphones on. No wonder. I love the pipes. I absolutely love it. But this is a new one for me in the middle of a pool tournament. The Scottish Grand Prix. If you wondered, guys, where the event was being held, it might be the Scottish Grand Prix. And just in case you missed it on the name, we are in the midst of Scotland, in the middle of a massive footballing tournament that could see the nation qualify to the knockouts for the first time in history, which is absolutely insane. But the Piper guy from the Braveheart movies has turned up. And to be honest, I'm starting to think that he's at it. I think this guy must have a recording, because nobody can keep blowing air as much as that. That is absolutely incredible. Young, there he is, guys. There he is for all to see. He has not stopped for 1 second. If anyone has a dart in the room, you know your task. Now, he's about to start again. Look at this. Look at this. No, he's not. He's not. Surely not. Surely that drink is the end of it. Don't you put that near your mouth. Don't you do it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, this is what happens, guys, when a descendant of William Wallace meets a proclaimer. You end up with this man right here going berserk. This is crazy. If he finishes up by midnight tonight, we'll get back to the pool. Oh, it's quality. Absolute quality. Can't repeat a bit of bagpipes, man. Gio's been sitting there for about 45 minutes. Now, guys, I'm going to assume that in the next few moments he's going to stop because the teams are on the pitch and the actual national anthems will be played on the TV. I'm going to hope... Oh no, he's going to start again. He must be going to try and go... He's going to try and go in time with the Flower of Scotland on the telly. Or maybe he's linked up to the stadium. Maybe he's playing the tune. Keno, we need a bit of rocking and rolling in here, mate. This is next level stuff. He's actually going to play the national anthem along with the TV version, guys. Now, probably most of us, including myself, would be thinking that you simply just need to turn the volume button up on the TV and then away you go. But your man here is linked up via satellite to the stadium, and I think it's Stuttgart. So here we go. Here we go, guys. The national anthem of Scotland. So he's a bit ahead of the game in here. As on TV. I don't think the guys are hearing him properly. Maybe it takes a few seconds to get to Stuttgart, but Bob, bagpipe Bob, he's got to be a mixture of a Wallace and a Proclaimer. He has to be. Ducky and Todd's quackery. Quack, quack, my friend. All the way from San Diego, California. Good to give you a shout out. Feel like George Bowie here. We're almost there, guys. It's almost time to get back on the base. Mark Farnsworth and Chris Boron wondering what the hell has happened up here. You don't get this in any tournament in England. In fact, you don't get this in any tournament anywhere. Well, guys, we are going to get to the pool. I'm going to try and keep you as entertained as I can out with the pool whilst watching as much of the Scotland game as I can. You know me, baby, rocking and rolling. I think what I'm going to do in future, I think I'm going to set up a TikTok. Is that what it's called? TikTok clock. Set up a camera in here because some of the antics that go on in this booth that you guys don't get to see. The amount of maniacs that chap the door, waltz in, grab a set of earphones and just sit down, and I'm like, excuse me, what you doing? I'm thinking someone sent them in. And they say, oh no mate, I'm going to commentate. I'm like, did someone send you in? They go, no, you're doing it, so I just thought I could do it. And this does not happen once, twice, three times. This happens all day, every single day. Now, it's okay to an extent. Maybe someone in the pool world that's done a wee bit, and it's great. I mean, I actually ask quite a lot of people if they fancy coming in. A lot of them say no, that's fine. But you have no idea of some of the carnage that goes on in here. Some random people just came in. Someone came in, this was a couple of weeks ago at one of the tournaments, actually came in. Fair play, it's one of the local guys that play in the pool leagues and stuff. They actually came in with their food, shut the door over. And I'm like, what are you doing? Basically saying to me, well, the last time I was out there, everybody ate my chips. So they came in and locked themselves in this booth, stinking of food, next to me, to hide from the chip thieves. So I'm going to set a camera up in here so you guys can actually see what goes on. Some of it is absolutely mental. Some of it's just good fun. But that right there, guys, was an absolute classic. And do you know what the mad thing is? He literally just stuck his bagpipes under his arm and just walked right back out the door. He walked in, never said a word to anyone. Andy Finnegan from behind the bar gave him a nod. He started playing and he just walked back out the door. So, Ray, who needs 5 goals, my friend? If you can fill us in on that. I don't think... I mean, even though we took a hiding in the first match, I don't think there's anything major in the goals because it's already been put up today that if Scotland get a draw, if 4 other teams were to lose against bigger nations, a draw would mean that they were the lowest points tally to go through in a tournament of 2. So there's a possibility to go through with 2 points in that football. So I don't know what the 5 goals is all about because points are the first thing that matter. But maybe you're talking about something else and I've jumped the gun, my friend. Well, I would love some information on who and what needs 5 goals. But none more so than in the pool world now, as Gio Edgar and Mark Farnsworth go head to head. And it's the first to 10 frames. This is the Scottish Grand Prix. This is the IPA. And this is McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar, brought to you live. And I am Stevie Walker, known to many people as Walker the Talker, and to many more as the Ali McCoy from Wish. As apparently, I seem to sound like him at times. I don't ever hear it myself. And there's quite a lot of people that know me well that say they don't either, but seems to be a lot of others that seem to hear a bit of Coisty in there. I've been called worse in my time. Camera isn't quite central. Okay, Danny, just maybe move your couch a wee bit. A brilliant start from young Gio. He ran into a liney. I was saying little and tiny at the same time there. A tiny bit of trouble. A liney. Brilliant. So he ran into a bit of trouble. Well, he pulled himself out. A couple of cracking pots. And Gio Edgar does go one in front of Mark Farnsworth in this match. So Mark Farnsworth, if everyone that is on was tuning in to Mark's previous match against Cory, there was many in-offs on the break. And he's going to want to limit that kind of opportunity because Gio is on absolute fire just now. It's a better break. He's kept the cue ball on the table and he's got a ball. All right, Ray. To be honest, mate, I haven't even looked to see where they could finish in the group. I think the only thing in my head was possibly qualifying. So, yeah, that makes sense, mate. I don't actually know how many Scottish people have been actually thinking about finishing second in the group. But I think you're spot on. I don't think that's even up for debate. I think it'll just be a case of trying to get the win here. Unless, I suppose, if the Germans were to take 5 off Switzerland, that could change things right enough. But Scotland still need to do the job here. And young Gio and Mark both need to do the job on the table. Serious work to be done here. Obviously trying to get that yellow into play. That hasn't worked out. And Mark Farnsworth, he's not going to want to give Gio any sniff when it's on his serve. I know that's a tennis terminology, but when it's your break, there is no doubt that you do not want to give your opponent a sniff. I'm looking to see what he's thinking here. Can he pot the ball in the bottom corner and kick that bad yellow out right now? Or can he swing off one cushion, maybe even two? Bottom right hand side here. And it's off 2 cushions. How's it? Oh, look at this. Look at this. I don't think he's got a shot. If he's on that one to the top right hand corner, which I don't think he is, but if he is, he has got a bit of a chance. Because that yellow down the bottom still goes, and it'll probably become his last ball. Or is he just going to play? He must be on it. He must be on it. He is. But do you know what, guys? That shot in my head, I didn't know if he was on it or not, so I thought maybe he can play to screw off the black and just leave the white in behind the yellow. But he could pot it. And the fact that he could pot it, I'm actually surprised he screwed into it. I think he could have maybe just ran through off the top cushion and then potted the yellow in the left middle. But he didn't. And he's given himself a bit of a sore head here. So he's just trying to give a decent white. And that's what he's done. So nothing easy for Gio. But not the visit to the table Mark Farnsworth was hoping for. And Gio using his extension here, which is expected. He's not going to have much time left, and he's not got many options. Yeah, it's not went to plan for Gio. He's tried to ghost a ball in. But unfortunately, he's given Mark a chance here. You just want to kiss the red. Yeah, that's okay. I think he might be using another one of these reds here. Is it the one on the cushion he's going to cannon? Maybe just play it well. Oh, he can find the gap. That's a fantastic shot. Fantastic shot. Little touch of reverse side. Just flicking the red on the way out. Beautiful control from Mark. He's left himself a terrible position in this black. He's going to have to take it in the middle. And he does do. It's a good black in the end. He made it hard for himself. But Mark Farnsworth does get all square here against Gio Edgar. As I look to the opposition, well, the opposing table, as Christian Phillips missed a red into the middle. And he's given Chris Boron a chance to get back level in that match. So Gio will break. And frame number 3. He's got one, cued it beautifully. So pure and true. And he gets a ball and a chance. I think he might have to open with a plant here, but if he can, it's a massive chance for Gio to go 2 frames to 1 in front. He just has to get it right, give it all the attention in the world. That's okay. That could have come out a lot worse, so that's okay from Gio. Extension used here because it's not perfect. He's okay. He looks a bit straight. He might be coming back to a similar area. Unless he can put a bit of side on this and get through the gap. Yeah, he's just come back to that area. It's a clever thing to do. You don't want to be too greedy on the situation. Just give yourself a chance. So this red, you just bring the cue ball about an inch to the left. You just basically just stab this in. And I tell you what, he put that in a lot thinner. You seen his face there. He was lucky to pot that. And that's the reason why the cue ball came so far to the left. There's the heart of the pocket. The cue ball's only moving about an inch. But it's gone in. A little bit of side on the ball as well always helps when it catches the jaws of the pocket. Like Gio Edgar has moved 2 frames to 1 in front. And it's shown so far that his break is working well. He'll want to keep that going throughout this match and hopefully, for Gio's sake, the rest of the tournament, because Gio has 2 breaks and 2 dishes. So Mark Farn, I don't know if the sound went away there, guys. I think it did. I couldn't hear it in my ear. Some issues there with the microphone. I think that's it sorted. It was just a wiring issue. It just seemed to, when the wire went a certain way, it just seemed to cut. Oh, what a break this is from Mark. Fantastic break. So he's got his break working as well. Yellow in the big bag. I think the reds are the balls here. I think the reds are the balls. An extension called from Mark. And it makes perfect sense in this situation. So it looks like a plant into the right middle. This gives him less work to do. Played that positive. Keeping the red in a good position where it can go in numerous pockets. I think he's got to come down the table now. I think the red closest to the top pocket. Yeah, he's going to take it now, which is okay. He's just going to work his way down the table. There's nothing crazy down here. There's nothing too tough. I didn't mind that red at the top being his last ball. The ball is just potted. Maybe potting that in the top right corner. Then this coming around the back of the black. Well, it's 6.5 a dozen. He can just come down and take these. And then all he has to do is go up and pot the black. So it's nothing too crazy. I think it's just the split-second decision-making you have to make under that 30-second shot clock. As I've said numerous times, and I actually mentioned to a few guys in the venue tonight, if there's anyone out there, any software designers, there is a way for you guys to maybe make yourself a couple of pounds. Give me a message and I'll tell you what it is we're looking for. And if you can do it, I'm pretty sure we will be quids in, because it's my idea. I just need you to make it. One thing for sure, I'm an ideas person. The only problem I've got is I never seem to do anything with them. So Mr. Software, if you're out there, contact me. Stephen Walker, I'm on Facebook, or anybody that might know me will be able to get in touch with me one way or another. I have an idea. You might have the skills. If you do, let's make a couple of dollars together. So 4 frames down, 3 dishes. If that's how this match has started, it is heading to be an absolute classic. Young Gio, the ever impressive youngster, following in the footsteps of some young Scottish stars have come through the years. You've got guys like Scott Gillespie, who has been a phenomenon for many a year. And the other guys that have played some fantastic pool, like Ross Fernie, Liam Dunster, young David Rooney, Ryan Davey, all these youngsters that have come through. And probably the highest profile one is Jason Shaw, a youngster that I know very well. Played a lot of pool with him from the Glasgow area. Still play a lot of pool with his father. He's an absolute titan in Q-Sport pool. He is playing in the American game. He is a class act. And young Gio is following in the footsteps of all those guys. And he is heading towards being the next big star to come out of Scottish pool. And there's still some of us old heads hoping that we can find the time over the next couple of years to put the type of work in that can maybe do us a turn on the table. That looked like a dodgy shot to me. I don't know about anyone watching, but that did not look good. But the referee called it as a fair shot. I have to admit, Gio looked like he asked Mark the question. It did look a bit dodgy. But we move on. It looked like a push to me. It looked like a push to me. In fact, it didn't even look close. It looked like a push to me. However, I mean, the two balls moved simultaneously with each other. So, and the fact is, we have great VAR on hand. We literally could have stopped for a split second and said, listen, can we check that? Craig, the maestro on the computer, there is no doubting in my mind he could have checked that and we would have been able to see firsthand. It didn't look good, but it was called as a legal shot. And we move on. So Gio's a chance here. Looks like he's going to have a dash on these yellows. It's nothing easy though. A good opening pot. So, there's no doubt Gio thought that was a push. He reacted to it, he asked the question. It looked like Mark looked to the referee for confirmation. The referee called it legit. I do think it was questioned. But Gio has a chance. to take it right out of the thinking by taking a finish here. He was hoping to come a bit further over. He was wanting to be on the ball on the right-hand cushion, but he was dead straight. So he's using a bit of side and a bit of Q power whilst bridging over to try and create an angle. Unfortunately, he didn't get it, but he's still okay. He's still okay. He can get his Q through. He can still play the same shot. And held the white beautifully. It's just about getting high enough on the black for Gio here. So he's running the time close here. 4, 3, 2, and he cues it just in time. And we do have a screen, guys, right next to the table, which is absolutely perfect. Let's have a little glance at it. Takes you no more than a split second. It gives you an idea of your time management. I was lucky enough to play Mr. Dan Davey on Friday night on the table, and I found it really good. It wasn't like you were constantly worried about your time. So it is a good thing. I think it's a great thing for pool, the shot clock. I think there's some versions of the time limits that are a bit crazy, each to their own, but for me, a 30-second shot clock, I've actually argued that certain tournaments should have it no matter what. And I know it's hard to enforce, but even if it was a minute rule, which is actually written into black ball rules, it would be really good to have some kind of something that just speeds the game up. There's too many players that take far too long on shots, and as much as we all sit and say, well, you just have to ignore it and just kind of don't let it get to you, it is hard. It's so hard when you're trying to get into some kind of rhythm and your opponent takes so long on shots, but it's in the rules. It doesn't get enforced enough for me, so hopefully there is something that can be done in future. That maybe, I mean, some of these tournaments could be done so much quicker if people were made to play a bit faster. I mean, it's a no-brainer to me. Instead of spending, I mean, this tournament is going to run to dark o'clock tonight. It really is. Whereas for me, all you have to do is enforce a bit of time management. In this tournament, everybody's probably already on their way home. So it's definitely something to look at. It's something that I hope over the coming years is a massive fix, because that is one of the biggest issues at tournaments, and time management, if it's done better, could make tournaments so much better. So I also think players should be warned. Yeah, Kev, 30 seconds. I actually, I played in Lola's pool party, Mark Boyle's brainchild, which is great. It's raising money for charity, all that kind of thing. Well, I didn't know Mark had 3 tables on the shot clock, and so I'm playing all night. I ended up getting beat in the final, and I only found out the next day that there was a shot clock on all the tables. So I didn't even realise that I played every shot well under the 30-second mark. Now, there was so many players on that night that I found out just one of the things that get timed out and timed out and timed out and timed out. They didn't realise they were on a shot clock either, but they were getting told by the referees that were there, listen, you're taking far too long. And the 30-second rule was in play, so... But most players that play on a shot clock do take roughly 30 seconds, whatever it is, but there's no doubting that a lot of players in these tournaments, some of them take minutes, 5-6 minutes on specific shots, and that just should not be allowed. It would maybe be good if, I mean, you don't want to be running up to the tournament director every 5 minutes and saying, listen, he's taking ages on shots, but maybe if it's stated at the beginning of tournaments, if you feel your opponent is taking too long on a shot, please alert the referees or whatever, and we'll keep an eye on it and then maybe enforce a shot clock. I don't know, but that is one of the things that it does boil my blood a little bit, is the amount of time some people take on shots. And the thing is, you'll see them staring at a shot, and then they go round the table, they then stare at the same shot they were already at, then they go round the table, then they stare at the same shot. Minutes has passed, and then they go and play the original shot they'd looked at in the first place. Something has to be done to speed the game up in that aspect. The 30-second shot clock is great, but obviously it's generally always only on the game table, so that's a tough one for me. Big chance for Mark here. He wants to play a very similar shot here on this yellow. He's come back out through the gap. He'd love to find himself not a million miles away from where the cue ball is just now. It's going to be slightly higher because of the angle he's got. But if he can maybe be just a similar line, and he's going to be okay. And that flick's not the worst. So he's on a very similar angle that he had where the cue ball was a moment ago. And it's black, and it's all square. So 3 frames apiece here. And everything going so far with the break. So Gio to break. And is it going to be dry? It is. And a chance for Mark Farnsworth, and it's going to be on the yellows. One awkward yellow. If he can get high on it, it won't be very awkward for long. Taking all the time he needs here, Mark. A quick update on the other match. Christian Phillips is 3 frames to 2 in front against Chris Boron. Quick update. Switzerland are 1 up against Germany. So still that yellow at the top end of the table that's the problem. And he's not a problem now. A fantastic shot. Chris Boron is back level. And Mark Farnsworth with a massive chance here. He'll just be dropping this in, I think. Yeah. Does he yellow at the bottom drop? I don't think it does. I think he has to go for the middle one here. Yeah, that would be fantastic. I would have no qualms at all if Chris won this. He struggled at the start of the weekend to an extent, but he's found his form, and the result today against Clint was a massive one. He played some fantastic pool. A few guys I know that watched it said the standard was incredible. Brilliant shot, Mark Farnsworth. Absolutely brilliant. He is pretty straight here, so he might push through. Looks like he will. He'll push through and take. Oh, he's going to stun back. Yeah, he's just taking his medicine. He looked at it. He didn't fancy it. It's just a cut back into the top right corner. He looked like he fancied running through and taking it into the top left, but the decision was made. And this is just middle of the white. And where's the cue ball going? Where's the cue ball going? Ho, 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 ho. He was worried there. He was worried that Mark Farnsworth goes into a 4-3 lead here against Gio. And it came from a dry break. So 4-3 mark, and it is going to be marked to break. I actually thought I might have had a sidekick this weekend. I had a sneaky feeling I was going to walk into the building and Mr. Alan Reynolds was on the hover. And I thought, there's a good chance I'll have Renzi in beside me. We seem to get a lot of plaudits for the camaraderie over the Gio Edgar Robert Stephen game, even though we were accused of numerous things throughout that evening, which I thought was a bit mad. However, I've got a feeling he might have been away with Junior at some snooker tournament, and I seen young Junior with a trophy. So if you won, Junior Renz, congratulations. If you didn't, I apologise for my misreading of the situation. And guys, I was asked today, there's another event happening in McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar pretty soon. John McGinn is on the rampage to try and fill up spaces for Lola's pool party, another event to qualify for the tournament that brings with it a £20,000 winner takes all prize. So you can check that out. So can Mark create some daylight between himself and Gio here? And he's got a good chance, that's for sure. Moving the black was a bit of genius from Mark. It's made things a lot easier in this finish. Just a little nudge to the outside, allowing him better position on his last couple of balls. And just bring the cue ball back to a similar area to where it is right now. And Mark Farnsworth's going to go 5 frames to 3 in front of Gio Edgar. And a massive frame needed from the youngster. Yeah, I've got no issues with that statement. Clint is definitely one of the best on the IPA, and whether you believe he is the best, you won't be far away with that. Obviously, there'll be people that think it's Mark. People maybe think it's Mark Boyle, Mark Farnsworth, Clint Janssen, the world champ Gareth Hibbett, Liam Dunster, who's obviously been there, done it, wore a lot of t-shirts, Ross Fernie. There's a lot of talent. So there's no doubting if you believe Clint is the man, then there's not many people that can argue, because he is full of ability, full of class. Gio needs a big one here. The balls are flying in everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. And what a break that is. If I could break like that, guys, I'd be still in this tournament. I would still be in this tournament. Let's see if I can have a wee check on my actual Q score for you. I think the breakdown is on that. I know there's decent money in this event, that's for sure. It might have a breakdown on the Q score. It normally does. If I can't find it, if Craig is listening, he might be able to post it on the chat function. I know there's a good few grand. Well, there's an idea. One of the guys that left in the quarterfinals got 500 quid. So quarterfinals was 500 times 4 guys that left. I think the beaten semi-finalists might be on 1,000. And I think it might be 5 and 2 maybe to the winner and the runner-up. I can't actually see it. It is usually posted on the Q score, but I can't see it. But I think it's going to be similar to that. If Craig's listening, I'm sure he'll post it. But I think it might be 5 and 2 or 5 and 2.5, something like that. I'm going to guess 5 and 2 with 1,000 to the beaten semi-finalists, 500 to the beaten quarter-finalists. So yeah, there's Gav. 5k to the winner. Gav was at the Masters, or the Grand Prix U one, was at the Masters in December. There you go, guys. It's not bad for a weekend's work if you can get to the tail end of these tournaments. So 5 frames to 4. And Gio cleans up after a phenomenal break that I only wish I possessed. And it's something that I'm definitely going to have to work on in future. That's the hard part, Gav. Practicing. I've been turning up to tournaments the last while and honestly not had a single minute, probably in the last 5-6 months, on a practice table, even to go and have a match with Robert, who I would normally play. Just not getting any time to go and put in any practice hours. I'm just turning up to tournaments and hoping it's going to go well. And I'm going to guess I'm not alone in that. There's going to be plenty of guys in the same boat, but work life and kids and family and everything else that come into it, it's not easy. I need to try and become one of these guys with a table in the house. That would be excellent. So a big chance here for Mark. He's going to want to keep the daylight between himself and Gio. I know Gio can go on one of their runs. And they can quite simply rhyme off 1, 2, 3, 4 frames without question and without reply. So Mark's going to want to keep breaking well. And if he does, we know he'll take his chances. And young Gio will continue to do it. And he'll hope that eventually he can close the gap and maybe take over. Right now, Mark is looking in a commanding position right now. Time was getting away from him. Is he okay here? I think this is tight. I don't think he's perfect here. I do not know if he can get on this. Is there a slight gap if he just drops it? Maybe there is. Maybe there is. So daylight again. Yeah, good finish from Mark. That looked a lot tighter on the angle that I had on TV. Mark Farnsworth, is he putting a little bit of side on it? I'm looking at it again on the, I don't know, maybe he could just pot it, but it looked as if he was playing low right hand side on that. I don't know, but clear as day. Mark gets himself some daylight again, 6 frames to 4. Another big break needed here. What a break that is again from young Gio. That does the red. Yes, it must. Well, he's looking at it. Must be tight. Must be tight. Yeah, so he decided to play the kick from the cut into the left middle. A fantastic shot. Just shows the bravery and the way Gio plays the game. He just stoated that in from quite an awkward position. And he's going to take these now. The standards is incredible. There's no doubt Mark is arguably the favourite. I think the level he's been at for the number of years, the kind of guys he's played on a regular basis, probably has him favourite. But Gio won't be thinking about the odds here. He'll just be thinking about playing the balls on the table. And right now, he's well in this match. And 6 frames to 5 is what we're staring at now. Yeah, he's overrun it a bit, but he's okay. Well, the standard in this match, guys, is absolutely incredible. So 2-1 is what you're after. Potentially, he needs 4 frames to win this match, and then has to win a final. There's no doubting he's a slight favourite. I don't know if anyone would give you 2-1. I'm not a gambling man, but if you get it, it's probably not a bad bet. There's usually a guy watching, his name's Scott Grady. He likes to throw some bets about. I don't know if he's on there just now. I don't know if he's interested in creating any bets. However, he might well be. So Guy Poole, it would probably be handy if you told us your real name, and then there'll maybe be some odds out there for you. I'm going to suggest you didn't go to Depot and change your name to Guy Poole. So Mr. Guy, who are you, my friend? And we can maybe get someone out there to take a bet from you. So here we go, Mark to break, and he's going to want to get that 2-frame advantage again. And one down, and look at this break, guys, look at this. Look at this. I definitely need to start working on this break shot. This is unbelievable. That is a distinct possibility that it could end 0-0. But I'm pretty sure Clarkey will have them in. And he'll be ripping into them right now because they haven't created enough with having plenty of the ball. Yeah, Joe, 100%. I mentioned that in the last match where Mark played Cory, there was a number of in-offs in the match, and the breaks are so important in this day and age in all levels of pool. But at the very top of the game, the break is just so important. And the chances that come with the break are usually the difference. So that's my name and that's my tea. Okay, Chief, you enjoy your tea. You dunk a big giant digestive for me, my friend. All the best at your new club. He's gonna have to drop this red in and use the yellow here. He's gonna have to. The only thing Mark's thinking of here is he doesn't want to go too far, because getting on the last ball can become more awkward if he does. And that's what he was worried about. It's the reason why I think screwing into it wasn't the right option. I think just running off it, as I mentioned, going too far, he'd have been going cushion and then yellow on the side. So that was the worry there. Playing it the way Mark did. I think he maybe he could have played it a bit harder and made sure he knocked the black all the way up, but he had to know that that was in play. I thought he would have just slid off it to take it away. So he's deliberately left himself this angle, guys. He's going to try and get the black into play here. Now this is a massive shot in the grand scheme of things, because Gio will definitely eat these yellows up. So, and he's missed it. He hasn't even potted it. And young Gio Edgar has a chance from 6-4 down to get all square with the break. You know, I think if Mark pots that, I think if he gets it clean, the angle would have been so much better, and he might have been on that black at the same time. He missed it thick, which changed the trajectory. That's not a great word for a Scotsman to say. But it just changed the angle so much that when he went into the yellow, it slid back out thin. He would have caught it thicker, but what a chance for Gio here. What a chance. He didn't want it to drop, but he won't mind. There is no doubt he did not want that to drop. He did not want to be bridging over this black. But if he was offered a chance to come to the table in this situation, he would have bit your hand off. So he's got to take the opportunity. He lines up. He's good at these shots, you know. He's good at these. And not this time. And Mark has a second bite at the cherry. And it's literally the cherry. It's the red. Now he would love to stun off the side cushion and out. And it's not an easy shot with the middle bag in play and the middle knuckle in play. And with the time getting away from him, he had to take his medicine there. Now, guys, if you're listening here, do you cut this in? Do you play the Barney Rubble? Let's see what Mark's going to do. He's doubled it. He's got it. Fantastic stuff from Mark Farnsworth. And Gio goes 2 behind again. That yellow dropping in the middle was not what the doctor ordered. It held Gio with a problem. Well, he did manage to at least cue the ball. Bridging over is definitely one of his strengths. I was quite impressed with a shot he played earlier in the match. I can't mind if it was Gareth Hibbett he was playing, but one of the shots he played queuing over the ball was absolutely unbelievable, and it's definitely something he is good at, but that one was tough. Well, here we go, Gio. It's big break time. He has to put some kind of pressure on Mark here. Yeah, Danny, there is no doubt that was massive. The minute that yellow dropped, life became very difficult for Gio. I think red balls are going to be the order here. He's going to have to play the red into the right middle and screw into the pack right away. I don't see anything that stands out more than that to me. Gio might see it different. He's taking the outside red first, and he almost missed it. He's just made sure. Yeah, I mean, I suppose he didn't have to move it in the previous frame, but he is very unfortunate that it's went down and went into the pocket. He's just trying to make it a bit easier for himself. And I use the word greedy quite a lot. I've been saying that over the last while. Maybe don't be too greedy on specific shots. I can usually catch you out when you do that. And Gio got caught with one of them in the last frame. Well, it was unfortunate. It's hard to see anything other than a little bit of misfortune. But he's at the table here, and he's got a chance to get back within one. And this red must pass into the left middle. This came a lot further than what Gio would have wanted there. But he's still at the table and he still has a chance. That's sometimes all you can hope for. Brilliant shot. And another chance here for Gio then. He's worked his way back into this. He just has to stay composed. You don't want to be too greedy. I used that phrase 2 seconds ago, and it's something I've said this weekend. You can get ahead of yourself. You can push the boat out a bit too far. And simplicity can be your best friend. And I think that's the case here. I think all Gio has to do is just keep it very simple when he's in these situations. So just wants the right angle on the last ball. He's not got it. So he's going to have to go 2 cushions. I think he landed a touch straight on the last one. You can see he had an angle, but yeah, I mean, he's maybe just not cued it. I just seen it again there back. And he's maybe just not cued it the way he would have liked. So it's a big shot here. Is it 2 cushions? Oh, he decided to go. I don't know if he was trying to kick it or if he was trying to come down the backside of it, but I think 2 cushions was the way to go there. Just back across, just check it back and back across and leave the white on the opposite cushion and play the black into the bottom left corner. He's going to have to pull off a big one here. What's he got in the locker? Here we go. Gio Edgar. Ho, 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 ho. It's highlight reel stuff, guys. It is highlight reel stuff. And Gio Edgar gets within one and gets a little pat on the leg from Mark Farnsworth. Shows his appreciation for a brilliant recovery shot from Gio. And very well done, young man. He had to pull it out there. He was in all kinds of trouble. All kinds of trouble, but he managed to get it over the line. And a fantastic shot that was from Gio. Judged it well because that wasn't easy. It became the obvious shot because it was the only shot he had, but to execute it to perfection, very well done from young Gio Edgar. I hope you guys at home are loving every moment of this because this is fantastic stuff. Both of these guys going at it from the very beginning. Mark Farnsworth has just had a little bit too much so far, but he is not getting any breathing space from Gio Edgar, who is playing phenomenal stuff. Does it sound like I'm getting a bit excited in here? Come on, this is some match. How young is Gio? I think he's 19, 18, 19, something like that. I don't know if anyone that's close to Gio will know exactly, but I think he's only up. I think he's 18, 19. I would be surprised if he's went above teenage years. A massive break off. And I tell you what, Mark's not got a shot here. This is what Gio was hoping for. So is he 20? If he is 20, it must have been not too long ago. I thought he was still in the teenage years. "19, yeah, that sounds about right. Sounds about right to me. And Mark will use his extension here because he's in all kinds of trouble. Just trying to leave it awkward. I think he's left Gio the cut into the left middle here. In the very worst case, he's left him the cut. The yellow into the top. The top left corner. And he's given him a shot he didn't want to. But all they could do was try and leave a decent cue ball. And Gio going to put the cue ball back where it started. He's inviting Mark to the table. Good shot, gets a tap on the table. And what does he do? Does this red go? Oh, it does. That's a mistake from Gio. I think Gio was trying to take the cue ball back to roughly where Mark left it in the first place, which was a bit more safe. There's no doubt Gio would have known that red goes. But unfortunately, He didn't get the cue ball back as far as he would have liked, and that has led to giving Mark a chance here. Anyone out there looking for a bet? We've got a bold Gav Robinson looking for a victim. He's offering 64 on Gio. What a chance. But this is massive. He's tried to play that controlled for the specific reason he didn't want the balls travelling too far. And he's given himself a chance here. Well, I think the middle bag might be in play here. So he needs to be careful here. That's a fantastic shot. That's absolutely superb. Oh, it might be tight, guys. It might be tight. Did you see that face? Did you see that face? This might be tight. Hold on to your chairs, guys. Hold on to your seat. This is about to take off here. Mark is having a little look here. This might not be bang on. He might have to take this in off the yell. Ah, he's at it. He's at it. Mark Farnsworth playing up to the camera. Don't you start pulling those faces, you. Mark Farnsworth. He's a wido. He gave some hope there. He gave some hope. I have to admit, he made me think that he wasn't on that. Now, Gav Robinson, I know you've played a bit with Mark over the years. Is this his thing? When you think he's maybe not on something, he pulls that face and all of a sudden he just goes down and pots it clean. Mark Farnsworth 8, Gio Edgar 6. Guys, this has been some match. This has been some match. If this was a final, there would be no complaints because the standard has been absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. Now, Gio, this is absolutely huge, young man. Can we get one of those big breaks? And the 8 balls down. And we're going to do it again. So, updating the other game, guys. Christian Phillips 5, Chris Boron 4. Now, with the extra referee in the building, I actually thought that match might have been on a shot clock as well. It's been happening over the weekend where the... No, he is a machine, that much is for sure. That face he pulled made me think he was snookered, but he just goes down and strokes it in like it was nothing. But... yeah, that match is running quite a bit behind this one. At least a few frames. But I tell you what, guys, the highlight reel moment. Oh! Chris Boron was snookered on the black. He's went up and down the table to cut it in, and it hit the jaws. It was unlucky. But that match may well end up on the shot clock. pretty soon. I think they have a referee for that match, at least on hand, but they're about, what, 5 frames behind right now, so that game will be wanting to be speeded up a bit. He's tried to move it a couple of times. He's got it this time. Oh, unfortunately for Gio, I don't think he's on anything here. I don't think he's got many options here, guys. I'm actually... I don't know what I would do here. I really don't. It doesn't look to me as if he's got anything on. He could maybe take the red off the red into the top left corner, just shaving it. He's looking at a possible double. He's looking at a plant now. And you have to say, he's very unfortunate the way they've come out, and very fortunate to get the pot there. But unfortunately for Gio, it's looking like Mark is going to get on the hill here. A big chance. Using all his time there, Mark. Oh, that little move just at the end there. But the yellow down the bottom. Does he be super aggressive and go for it now? Or does he play this? Does he play this into the one closest to the right-hand cushion? Does he drop that in and leave an angle for the yellow into the middle to then come round the back of the yellow down here? I don't think he's got the angle now. He can maybe screw back off one cushion and across. No, he's not gonna. So what's Mark thinking here? Let's play this in, the one into the middle, come round the back of the yellow. Play the yellow into the bottom right corner, play it into the right middle. Does he play the 2-1? Brilliant shot. Absolute brilliant shot. He's got awkward cueing here. He would have probably preferred that to drop in. If it drops in, he's got a better shot on. What a shot that is, guys. When Gav said a few posts ago, he's just a machine, he is looking like it right now. What can Gio do to stop the rot? If Mark puts this one away, I tell you what, there's been some display by both players so far. And it's 9 frames to 6 to Mark Farnsworth. And young Gio Edgar, who has given everything and played absolutely phenomenal in this match. It is no disgrace to lose to a guy like this. But let's be serious, guys, it's not over yet. It is not over yet. So Mark to break. And he has a chance to get over the line at this time, this break. Here we go. Can he get over the line here at this time? At this attempt, at the first time of asking. And he's not going at this time of asking because Gio's at the table. Has he got an opener? The long yellow. Yeah, it's not easy to start here. If he does go yellows, which is the obvious opener, there's a yellow at the top end of the table, so it's going to be reds. It's a tough beginner. And he's got it. I fancy Gio from here to stay in this match a touch longer. A big chance here. And Gio has to take it. Coming down the inside there. It's not a bad option. He was coming inside for that red, which didn't really have a pocket. Out with the top left and the bottom left. He's taking it right now as he needs to. A big opportunity here for Gio, and he's worked it well. It hasn't been easy. This will be a fantastic finish, guys. This will be a fantastic finish. If Gio can clear these up. It has had work all over the table. So many positions that had to be absolutely spot on. Brilliant finish, Gio. Absolute first class. Absolutely class. There was all sorts of work to be done in that finish. Balls that only went in certain places. Now, the reds were better than yellows at the beginning of the frame. Of course they were. But everything wasn't easy. There was loads and loads of stuff that had to be done. And Gio did it absolutely brilliantly. Haha, Sean boy. How are you, my man? Well, it looks like a slight comfort break from both players. As Mark Farnsworth is on the hill here, hoping to get over the line. Young Gio pegging him back, doing his best to just stay in the match. Yeah, Sean, I was playing well, but just ended up not going my way last night. Few things that I don't know. It was tough because I actually played quite well last night, but just didn't seem to be my night. A few things that went against me, so. But that's the nature of the game. One day you can be absolutely flying. And do you know what? I'm actually probably doing myself a disservice. I didn't play terrible yesterday. My opponents obviously played quite well into the bargain, but yeah, just that consistency is just so hard. So hard to play at the level that a lot of these guys play at day after day after day. It's a tough gig. As you'll know that yourself, mate. I've just seen on my screen on the football, guys, something serious looks like it's happened to one of the players. Hopefully it's nothing too bad and a swift recovery. What can Gio do here on the pool front? And he's let Mark back to the table. Do you know what's mad, Sean? Somebody actually says to me, I don't even know who I was talking to, and they were surprised that you were there, saying he's not been playing. He's not played a lot of pool over the last while. Surprised he's here. And I said, well, he's obviously playing now because he's here. But it's a hard game. I've played in a few tournaments over the last while, and as much as I've done all right and felt like I've been queuing, not too bad, I've just been nowhere near sharp enough to do any damage. And you'll have known that yourself then yesterday, because it's when the guys you're playing against are sharp as attack, every single visit to the table, it's such a tough game. I think the two reds go. I think he needs to take the one closest to the cushion first. I don't think there's any doubt. And I think Mark Farnsworth is heading to the final here. Just needs to cue it. Nothing crazy. And Mark Farnsworth will be in the IPA Scottish Grand Prix final. He has to keep it simple here. And Mark Farnsworth is in the final. Commiserations, young Gio, who played fantastic this entire weekend. You only have to look at his 7 frames he won there against Mark. 5 of them dishes. And Mark himself throwing in a few. I think it was 5 and 5 from both of these guys. In fact, Mark might have got a 6 there. But that was unbelievable, guys. That was some standard of pool. Absolutely incredible. Congratulations, Mark. And unlucky young Gio. This kid is going to be something else. He already is something else, but what will he do in the future? There is so much potential. How far can he go? How many things can he win? That's the question. So as you can see, Christian Phillips 9 frames to 4 against Chris Boron on your screen, guys. I'm going to have a 2-minute comfort break myself. I've been waiting till that last match was over, and then they've turned this one on. Well, I will be back as soon as.
selector. Rewind 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 selector. selector. Rewind 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 selector. selector. Rewind 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 selector. selector. Rewind 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 selector. selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector.
Good evening again, guys. Tragedy for Scotland again. The glorious failures, but let's not talk nonsense. Scotland aren't good enough. The manager picks a team that just isn't the right kind of team to win football matches. It's the kind of team that's to go out and try and stop another team playing, and that is pointless. Not enough players on the pitch that can pick the locks in a team. The only two guys that you could argue that can do that are playing defensive midfield, and that's Callum McGregor and Billy Gilmore. Both of these guys, if you want to unlock defences, you need players with a bit of craft. Our only players that can do that kind of stuff are playing defensively. So Steve Clarke, for me, has steadied the ship, but he's not the man to take Scotland forward. There's good players like Ryan Gauld that should be in that squad. Style of player that can unlock defences. But it's all over, and we're here now for the final of the IPA Scottish Grand Prix. And Mark Farnsworth's going to break off against Christian Phillips. And let's hope for another cracker here. Tough opening shot, most likely to be the red. Is he going yellows? He is going yellows. And he's landed in between everything. He's absolutely perfect now. He's opened these up well. A couple of clever shots. It's great to have so many people still tuned in at this late hour. I'm looking forward to getting home to my bed. Tough day at work tomorrow. Mark Farnsworth goes into the lead here. Yeah, mate, listen, talking about the football for a second, there's actual players in the country now. I coach at a youth academy. Our kids learn the right way. And I say the right way, I mean the technical way. The way to get the ball down and play. The way to be comfortable and intelligent in possession. Now, I watched a cup final, 2 school teams, so 2 young teams, and there was 2 kids on the pitch. And these 2 kids were unbelievable. They were primary 5 students. There was 2 primary 7 students also on the pitch. 2 big lumps who could run fast. They could push the kids out the way and kind of go from one end of the pitch to the other and score a goal. But there was 2 kids in the middle of the pitch that if we were in Italy, Spain, France, Brazil, any country that plays any style of football that requires technical ability, these 2 kids would have been on the lips of every scout. But 2 scouts I was speaking to at that match only wanted the big, fast, strong players. Now that's a massive problem. It's been a massive problem in England as well. The technical players in England obviously play at a higher level with a lot better players, so they're learning every week. They're now learning but with a lot of foreign coaches that are changing the style. But the UK, the British type style that's implemented, this fast, strong, aggressive, it's not the way of the world now. It's not what gets success. It's not what creates chances. And for me, the kind of support that we have, yeah, we probably deserve a bit better, but you only get better if you do things right off the pitch, and we haven't done that, so that's the way it goes. Ray the Sledgehammer, thanks very much, my friend. I'm glad you're watching it. Glad you're watching and enjoying it. Mark Farnsworth is off to a flyer here. He's had a fantastic tournament. He's been a lot of people's tip. A lot of people's tip for the event. He's been absolutely sublime from start to finish. Stephen Hodge, turn the volume down if you're not happy, my friend. Someone mentioned something, I gave him a swift answer. That's what the chat function is all about. Well, if you don't like it, my friend, there's a mute button on your remote control. If you do, then I appreciate everything and anything that you have to offer. And until someone pays me a massive wage, I will talk about whatever I feel. Now, right now, I'm talking about the guy at the table who has been absolutely unbelievable this weekend from start to finish. Probably none more so than the match previous to this when he played Gio Edgar. He was unbelievable. Gio pushed him all the way. I think there was 11 dishes in that match. That could be checked out, I'm sure, but it was some standard. In fact, there was 10 dishes. I've got it in front of me. Mark Farnsworth with 5, Gio with 5, 10-7. Standard was absolutely insane. But Mark's off to a flyer here in this match against Christian Phillips, who's been incredible all weekend. And the evidence is the fact that he's sitting in the chair in the final here. Oh, did you, aye? He just wants to control this. Little touch of left-hand side. Brilliant shot. And it's going to be 2 quick-fire frames from Mark Farnsworth. Yeah, he's been sensational. There was a few people asking for different tips over the weekend, who everyone fancied, and obviously the usual suspects come up. Mark being one of them, Gareth Ibbott, Mr. Boyle, Dunster, Clint was one of the tips for myself because I watched him in the early rounds and he was absolutely incredible. But Mark Farnsworth is just, I don't think his levels have dropped all weekend. He looks tired there. It's been a long weekend. He was tuned into the last part of the football there. That's why we were slightly late starting. The 2 guys at the table wanted to see out the end of the football match. I apologise for mentioning football again, as the 2 guys in this final did indeed tune into it. But Mark Farnsworth is off to a flyer here. Christian Phillips. Can you hit back quick here, lad? Can you hit back quick? And I'm going to thank each and every viewer again for tuning in. If it wasn't for you guys, it would be absolutely pointless me staying out to all hours. It would be absolutely pointless me stepping into the booth down at the IPA events in Coventry, Newcastle and whatnot. Having people tuning in, people on the chat function, whether happy, sad or off your head, it actually makes it for me. As some of you may realise, I've done most of this alone this weekend. I had a bit of help for about an hour today. When I started the day, I started here this morning at about 12:30, so... And it's good to know, at the back of 10 at night, I've got someone having a dig at me. As my passionate blood was going into overdrive after watching my team there, but I'm glad to have Stephen, the Hodgster, big mad mental Hodgie, giving me some abuse from afar. I'm pretty sure he's a good guy, so I don't want anybody going and painting his windows black. Let's just leave our Stephen alone. If he's got a name like Stephen, he can't be all bad. Farnsey, Mr. Farnsworth. This is a big shot here. Is he going to take it off the red? Drift it in off the red, hold the cue ball. That's perfect, absolutely perfect. Elkmaster Pro tip, the best tip. Well, I actually personally use a Legends tip. I put a post on quite a while back saying that my favourite tip from a long time ago was if you were lucky enough to get a good Elkmaster, because they're tough to get. However, I was invited to try the Legends tips. I was sent a few through in the post, and the Legends Medium is as good a tip as I have ever used, and I've tried them all. I've tried Talismans, Kamuis, ADRs, all brilliant tips for the right people, but they weren't for me, and I ended up with the Legends. And if you like an Elkmaster tip, if it's been one of the tips, but as everyone will tell you, they're hard to get, you cannot beat a Legends. The Legends tips are so well made, they keep their shape, they have a good feel to them. So they're worth a try as Mark Farnsworth goes 3-0 in front here, and I have to admit, guys, he has been on fire, and it is going to take a monumental push from Christian Phillips to get close to Mark here. I mean, what do you do when your opponent is in the form that Mark is in right now? How do you stop him? We know that these balls need to be smashed open. We know that you have to be aggressive. But how do you stop it? Do you smash them open and try and contain? Or do you try and get some kind of rhythm yourself? Because it looks to me like Mark is going to break and dish, or at least take out a finish every chance he gets. It's incredible. No, don't worry, Stephen. I'm only joking, mate. It was... the game, I was basically still caught up in the moment as the game simply just finished, and then the guys took to the table. I got myself in here, and there's a screen on in the booth with the game obviously still running and showing everything about it. But no, don't be daft. I'm only joking. It's been a long day, I'll say that. By the time I'm finished, it's going to be one hell of a 12-hour shift. And they do nickname me Walker the Talker, and that is a hell of a lot of talking that I've had to do in here on my own all day. And if it wasn't for the chat function and people like yourself commenting, and whether it's, as I say, whether it's giving me abuse or having some fun or just anything at all, any kind of banter back and forward, it does keep me going, so I appreciate it no matter what. Mark, I mean, this is incredible. This looks to me like he's going to take these out again. This could be 4 dishes in a row, guys. I think the tactics may have to change from Christian. He might have to put a pair of football boots on and give Mark a two-footed tackle, because it looks to me like nothing else is going to stop him. He is absolutely flying. Has he come far enough here? It looks a tiny bit short. He might just be okay. I think the red's far enough over the pocket. And he's down quick. That tells you everything. I think it has to be the one closest to the cushion first. Yeah, it is. You see Mark just making sure. So this black and Mark, Richard Clark, thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate that. Jamie Smith, very much appreciated. As Mark Farnsworth goes 4 frames to 0, sorry, in front, and that's 4 dishes, guys. It's 4 dishes. Just having a little glance over at the replay there. The shot he played. I mean, the Reds were there from the start, but the shot he played just to take his medicine. He didn't want to get too greedy on the black. He could have been forgiven for trying to get over to the other side, but he just simple pot on his last red and taking a slightly tougher. I mean, well, I'm saying tough to guys like Mark. These aren't the toughest of pots, but to the normal guy trying to make his way in the game, they're not the easiest of pots, but Mark is making everything look so easy here. I think Christian Phillips, whilst in Scotland, might need to free phone Digby Brown, because he needs to put a claim in here. And this has been one hell of an accident he's in. He has been run right over the top of. Tigro. He's not only looking a bit grey up top, my man. He's looking like he stole every kid in the neighbourhood's packed lunch. He's a well-fed man these days, Mr. John Reid. Yeah, I think Sparky's on absolute fire here. And obviously everyone watching is seeing exactly the same. But you're probably right there. The 8 ball going in the top corner. There's a kept Mark at the table. He was in a bit of bother there. I don't think anything else went in. Here we go again. It's 4-0. 4 dishes. He's got one here, guys. This is going to be 5-0 and 5 dishes. Stephen Murray, thank you very much, my friend. Really does mean a lot, and you're absolutely spot on. Young Gio he's a top talent. He obviously puts in a lot of time. He's on the table as much as he possibly can be. He's playing in as many things as possible. And he's also in good hands these days. He's joined the stable of Stephen Santa Allison. Santa's always been a very good manager type guy with the pool players, whether it be money matches or getting them into the right tournaments against the right type of player. And young Gio is definitely one to keep your eye on, because the accolades that will come with the amount of titles that he'll win, they're going to be absolutely littered about his house. And it's up to everyone else as well. There's a lot of guys still trying to make their way in the game who are obviously a bit older than Gio, are still trying to get to a certain level. It's tough when you have kids, when you're working and all that kind of thing. There's a lot of guys with severe ability just struggling for consistency. There's a lot of talent out there. But there's a lot of scary youngsters coming through. Adam Myerscough being one of them. He won the first amateur event. Gio won the second one. But that's the target for most of the guys that are trying to chase the pro ranks these days. And you look at guys like Mark Boyle, Liam Dunster, Gavin Robinson, who won the UK Masters here last year. These guys are all doing great on the IPA tour. This is the IPA, and none more so than Mark Farnsworth himself, world champion Gareth Hibbett. I mean, the guys that are at the top of the table, the guys that are up there doing the damage tournament after tournament. If you want to get to that level, you really have to put in the effort, and it's not easy to find the time. I think most guys that play pool that are on watching just now and on the chat function as well, it's probably the hardest thing to find, because finding spare time at this day and age is not easy at all. And I think someone said there, Mark Farnsworth doesn't even practice. If this is him not practicing, well, I tell you right now, if this guy does practice, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of any match against him, because this is heading for 5 dishes out of 5 frames. It's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Christian Phillips must be wondering what the hell he can do to turn this around. He's done nothing wrong. Let's not put anything on Christian. He has done absolutely nothing wrong, but he is like every one of us right now. As far as this match goes, he's been a spectator. He is sitting in his seat, enjoying the pool. Well, maybe not as much as we are, but it is absolutely incredible. 5 frames to 0, 5 dishes. Incredible. Absolutely phenomenal. He's got one this time. The cue ball staying on the table. And it's time for Christian Phillips to get his name with a number beside it. And it has to be that first frame. So let's see what he can do here. Christian seems like the type of character. I don't know him personally, but I've watched a few of his matches at different points in those matches, and he looks like one of those players that he won't be happy with second best. There's a lot of people that will go to certain events and maybe be happy to get to a certain point. Christian looks like he's one of the guys that wants to win. He won't be happy taking the hiding that he's taking right now. So I think as this match goes on, he's going to want to get a frame or two on the board. and maybe try and put a bit of pressure on Mark. And don't get me wrong, he'll be more than happy with the weekend he's had. Of course he will. But when he looks back at it, he'll be more full of positivity than anything negative, that's for sure. But I mean, let's face it, what can you do different when your opponent just won't miss? As Tiger's just said there, maybe slow things down, a change of break, but with the rule in place that you need to get so many balls past a certain point, it's not like you can tap break. He has to open them up, so it's a tough one. Well, he's taken these out very positively. He's been confident. It's been in good fashion. And this match is going to be 5-1 with 6 dishes in the match. It's absolutely phenomenal. I was led to believe it's 3. I thought it was 3. The 3-point rule, basically, in the sense of I thought it was 3 past the baulk line or 3 past the middle and 2 past it, something like that. But someone else commented and said the IPA user rule, it's just 3 past the middle. But there's nowhere to go and read that up. But I don't think anybody polices the rule as such based on where the balls land. However, the one thing is that you do have to smash the balls open. So there really isn't any tap break in the possibilities. He's got one. Has he got a starter? He has. And guys, this is going to be another dish. This is absolutely incredible. White Linford, I'm going to assume you can run fast, my friend. And you might have to. A couple of the Scottish lads come after you. So guys, it's 5 frames to 1 to Mark Farnsworth here. The match has had 6 dishes in it. Breaking dish or reverse dish. And it's looking like it's gonna, well, he might have, that red might have just fell back, you know. And if it did, he's not on that. It's going to make it a bit more difficult, but he should still get it. But we are heading towards 7 dishes out of 7 frames if Mark can take these. Andrew McPhee, George Henderson, good to have you guys on. And I will want to say, both of you guys did phenomenal. Great wins for Andrew, fantastic run. Played some great stuff. And George, a couple of fantastic results yourself. Well done, guys. Massive congratulations, and obviously more to come in the future. Now will Mark make any type of mistake here that stops the flow of breaking dishes and reverse dishes? Gets his extension in just in time there, doesn't want to be caught out. So this is huge. Is he going to cannon the black here? It's a risky shot. He might pot the ball, but it could go wrong. And he doesn't. He plays it in such a way that is simply unbelievable. He cues it in with authority. He comes off the side rail, or the cushion, I should say. That's Mr. Alan Reynolds when he sits next to you with all that American terminology. And only because of the black ball, he's going up the table first here. Now, it's not easy to get on the black. What would you be playing here, guys? Are you swinging around the back of the reds, up towards the red, next to the right middle pocket, maybe playing the black into the same bag? Yeah, you called it well. You called it well, Mr. Walker. What I'm going to say, Timmy Ripke, whatever, however you say that, my friend. The IPA has individual spots for events. The tour, entire tour is obviously closed off now because the tour started quite a while ago. So you can still enter individual events, but they are limited spots. And next year, it's going to be very limited. Things are changing. From what I've heard, there's going to be 128 amateurs and 64 professionals only. And the ladies' tours are going to be capped as well at specific numbers. I'm not sure how it's going to be exactly, but I have heard some stuff that if you want involved, you're going to have to get in early, and there's going to be some disappointments. Well, I think the guys that have supported the IPA tour may get a first refusal. And it's going to be tough. Yeah, Richard, everything, there was a lot of stuff that had to be sorted out before the new guys came on board. And I think the ball is rolling in a fantastic way about that. And I can only speak for this event in particular, that every single player that left this building tonight has been paid. So it's definitely a step in the right direction. And I think everything is moving at a fantastic pace. And I think by 2025, you're going to see a very different IPA. It may look very similar from the outside, but there's a lot of changes on the agenda. And I tell you, guys, it is definitely something to look forward to. Now, that'll do. Is it perfect? No. But that'll do. Now, the tough thing is getting back on that yellow down the bottom. And I think he can maybe screw, maybe a half-stun screw shot through the gap between the red and yellow. If he plays it right, he should have a chance to maybe pot the yellow in the bottom left corner. Oh, he's going to pot it. Oh my word, that was risky. He's got away with it. And Christian Phillips is on his way. This is a tough shot. It's not easy. He could essentially pot both balls in one go here. Yeah, he's played that absolutely phenomenally. And Christian Phillips throws in another dish. He throws in another breaking dish. And this match is now 6 frames to 2. And every single frame has been a dish. North East Streaming, who does Scotland play in the lower bracket? I don't know what that means. The lower bracket, if you can help me out with that, my friend, and I can maybe answer the question. Yeah, James Hodgkin, is that Hodgkiss? There is no, I mean, I can't even believe that it wasn't checked. I don't want to talk about football again in case I get heckled by the crowd, but Stuart Armstrong's filled in the box and it is a stonewall penalty and it didn't even get checked. So that's a surprise, but these are what happens in football. If you don't perform, things don't go your way. Yeah, Richard, he got away with that there. The black ball probably, I mean, he shouldn't have been anywhere near it. But unfortunately, I mean, fortunately for him, he went close to it. But he didn't put it in. And now, can Christian return the favour here? Can Christian Phillips pull out some kind of finish that will keep the crazy dish statistics up here? And that's as good a start as any. Yeah, I understand the concept of being in control of the ball, but does that mean you can run over and punch someone in the face in the middle of the pitch and it doesn't count as anything because he's not in control of the ball? It's a silly rule, but it is what it is. Well, in this match, if Christian Phillips can take a finish here, it'll be 9 frames in, 9 dishes in this match. 9 run-outs from either break or from your opponent's break. The standard is absolutely incredible. Yeah, Neil, I actually wondered that myself, but we didn't even get to check the replay to see if he was on, off, whatever it was, but I was surprised, I must admit, that there wasn't at least a check. But one thing I keep checking on here is the standard of this match, and it is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, Jacko, 100% agree. 100% agree. Well, guys, it's 9 frames and 9 dishes. I mean, I can't believe we've not got 100,000 viewers. This is insane. Text your friends. Call. I mean, let's pretend we're on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire right now. Can I phone a friend? Because someone somewhere needs to know about this match. This is unbelievable pool. It's absolutely absurd. 9 frames, 9 dishes, 9 run-outs, 9 clearances, whatever terminology you want to use. This is absolutely frightening statistics in any standard of pool. Smashes them. He gets one. He has a problem. And it's a big one. He's not got an opening shot. If he had a chance to play the 3-ball plan, now it's pot kick straight away here. This is unbelievable. It's not an open table. He's going to take yellows. I mean, I've been commentating now quite a while on so many matches. Why is he taking reds? He must not know it was still an open table. He must not know it was still an open table. He must not know it was an open table because he would have been taking yellows every day. I'm very surprised at that. Answers in a postcard, guys. You're taking yellows there, and it was still open, am I right? I think we're going to see the first missed. We're going to see the first missed shot because of a mistake by Christian. He's obviously not known it was still open because the yellows are all in great position. Yeah, we're going to see the first missed ball unless he can manage to get this doubled, but Christian's made a big error there because his pot kick at the beginning of the frame, knocking 2 balls in, it meant that the table was still open and Christian could have played any colour set he wanted. It's high, it's not even going to reach, and we've seen a first miss, and that is not the mistake there. The mistake is in the colour set that he chose, and that is a massive mistake. It is the ACDC, man. Can't be about ACDC, man. Is that ACDC? Can't be about ACDC, man. I am absolutely... That's taken away what would have been 10 dishes in a row. Because Christian would have taken the yellows. He would have taken them out. There's no doubt in my mind. He simply didn't know. And he might not even realise until after the match. I don't know if he's sitting in his seat wondering just now. I don't think he is. Because I don't think he's realised at the time. And it probably won't dawn on him until after this match. Unfortunately, by then it could be too late. But what I will say, guys, is Mark Farnsworth still hasn't missed a single ball. In the 7 frames that he is going to have won, he hasn't missed a single ball. He's got 6 dishes and a clearance. It is just absolutely phenomenal. And if he does go on to win this, there is no doubting that he has been the best man over the course of this weekend. And right now, he is unplayable. Thanks very much, Lee. Much appreciated, mate. Yeah, I'm still a bit shocked at that there. There's no way that he knew. He must have just thought when he potted the red, it must not have even come into his mind that the table was open, because you're not taking the reds. There was so much work to be done on them. 2 plants he had to play. That's a shock. Yeah, Lee, it would have been good to see Gio in the final. He's had a few finals lately. He's been doing absolutely brilliantly. And he's won a few as well, so he's chapping on the door against the big boys now. And that's great to see. Yeah, as always, a big shout out to Craig for the work he does on the live stream. Goes out his way to try and give the best possible viewing for everyone at home. Anytime I'm available, I'll try my best to talk as much nonsense as possible, as well as talking as much about the pool as possible. But if it's not for everyone at home and the interaction on the chat function, none of it is possible. So massive thanks to all of you guys watching as well. And this is the IPA Scottish Grand Prix, brought to you from McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar. It's been a fantastic weekend, some amazing pool on show. But the standard we're witnessing right now has to be up there with the best that has been seen all weekend. In fact, probably in quite a while. So it's not a bad table for Christian here. I mean, if you were to walk to the table right now and have a choice, you're taking reds. But the form that Mark is in right now, it would not surprise me one bit if he pulls something out the hat here. He's not going to have much time left here. So it's decision time. There is no reward without risk. And can he pot the yellow into the bottom left corner and travel up the table? Maybe open one bag at a time. I'm wondering what Mark, what he has in mind here, because there's not much. Is he going to play the smash plant here? Plant into the left corner, into the left middle, sorry, and the other yellow flying up to the top right-hand corner. But I mean, he's running out of time. He's not got much on offer. Let's see what he's thinking. Right, okay, so I don't think he's got the angle here. I hear that quite a lot, John. It is quite. Oh, I mean, he's not a bad character on the TV, to be fair. So, yeah, Super Ali goes ballistic. So Christian is going to get within 3. And I tell you what, this is something that's got to be in Christian's mind here. If he can get within 3 frames of Mark Farnsworth in the form Mark's in, you're doing well and you're still in the match. I mean, it's got to be one of the most ruthless displays I've seen in quite a while. Mark not really had a chance in this frame, to be fair. But in any frame where he's had half a sniff, he has absolutely, he's been flawless, absolutely flawless. Now, Christian Phillips can't do any more than he's doing here. He's trying to hang on to the coattails of Mark Farnsworth, and so far, he's managing to do it to an extent. There it is. 7 frames to 4. 7 frames to 4. 3 frames in it. A lot of pull still to be played in this match. And Mark Farnsworth is absolutely flying, but Christian Phillips is not going away. A couple of people in the chat thinking that Christian still has a chance. And it definitely is game on now. You can see the dates, guys, for the tour in front of you. It's up to 11. So this match will be played to 11. So the first to get there is the winner. So the British Open in Coventry is next, the 26th to 20th of July. Newcastle, 13th to the 15th of September. And the 6th to the 10th of November is in the Isle of Man. All fantastic venues. I have no idea if some kind of ocean tanker just came into the building there. Either that or someone has some kind of foghorn on them. Yeah, those odds might have just been changed ever so slightly. As Christian goes in off. Can Mark make it another dish in this match? Now, I don't know. I'm looking at the screen and it's got Mark Farnsworth 7 dishes now. He's definitely not got 7 dishes. He's got 7 finishes. 6 of them are dishes and 1 was a clearance, a total clearance after Christian made a mistake. But on the Q score, it is showing that Mark has 7 run-outs in this match. But it is not the case. And he tried to open them up so that he was on the red to the bottom right corner. It's not come out the way he wanted. I don't know if he's found a gap here. Maybe the bottom red goes. He still needs reds here. The yellows aren't in the best shape because of the 2 down the bottom left. And as usual, Craig on hand to fix the Q score run out. But nonetheless, guys, this match has had 9 run outs and 11 frames. I mean, have a think about that for 1 second. It is absolutely unreal. And that's the first open pot I think he's missed from a position where he had a chance. 2 shots from the break after Christian went in off on the break. So my first mistake, real mistake I've seen Mark make in this match. And it's taken 11 frames. In fact, we're in frame number 12, but it's taken over 11 frames now for that to happen. So frightening standard, 9 run-outs and 11 frames between these two. Incredible stuff. Well, Christian's missed that. It was tough. The last frame that Mark Farnsworth won, there was only 1 ball left on the table for Christian. Now, if Mark reversed that, it must have meant that 6 of the other balls, I think it was reds, 1 red that was left on the table, it would have meant that 6 reds were down off of the break. But it was up till that point, he had 6 dishes and then he cleared up from a miss from Christian. It's definitely 6 run-outs he's had in this match. I remember saying it at the time. So you don't get a dish just for a clearance. It's only from the break that it counts as a run out, a clearance, a dish, whatever it is. A breaking clearance, breaking dish, breaking run out, whatever way you want to put it. But an all-ball clearance in the middle of the frame is just simply that, a clearance. Yeah, he's opened it up a bit. He's opened it up a bit, Tiger, as you say. The way the balls were sitting, he could have played it slightly different. Yeah, clever from Mark. The one ball that was going to cause him some minor issues, he's taking that out the way. Attention to detail. That's what it's all about, guys. Attention to detail. Whether you're watching at home or at the table. I wonder what kind of position Mark is in here. Can he screw back towards the high yellow, or does he have to come round the back of the black? Yeah, he can screw towards the high yellow. I think he was hoping to hit it. In an ideal world, if he hits it, he's perfect. And more than anything else, he was hoping to maybe just slow down. The cue ball will be travelling here, but I've got a feeling it's going to cannon the two yellows on the left side. So he should be able to play this at pace. And rightly so. Mark Farnsworth is 8 frames to 4 in front here. And there is not a whole lot Christian's been able to do about it. Pardon the pun, Jamie Craig. You need to be careful. Big Pun might be watching this. He'll be on the hunt for you tomorrow. The race is to 11. Let's see, you can actually see it there on the screen. A race to 11. And the Scottish IPA Grand Prix final brought to you in McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar. I am Stevie Walker, Walker the Talker, aka Ali McCoist from Wish. Don't get me wrong. If you order Ali McCoy from Wish and get me, you're getting the better version. And it has been a long day, an enjoyable one, some fantastic pool on show. And I've managed to keep talking as much as I can all day. I've spent probably 90% of the day in here on my own, which I actually don't mind, as long as everyone on the chat function keeps it quite busy. Gives us something to talk about. If you're just repeating pot to the top left, pot to the middle, screw back to here, play it with a bit of side, it can get a bit repetitive. Obviously, if you've got someone in with you, you can bounce off of, but I absolutely have no issues on my own, as long as you guys are keeping us busy. And so far it's been absolutely phenomenal, so thank you very much. I'll say it again. Now, can Mark throw in a tailor-made break to give himself an opportunity at another dish in this match? Where's the cue ball going to stop, and what is the balls? It's got to be reds for me. It's got to be reds for me. The red that's obviously covered by the yellow is only covered into that pocket. It goes in the left middle, it goes in the right bottom corner. And he can actually play a shot right now of the red in the bottom right corner to open it up if he sees fit. and he would be very unlucky not to be on anything. The yellows are decent. I'm just not sure that yellow goes anywhere apart from the bottom right corner. I don't like this. I don't like the yellows here. Rooney. Yeah, he's perfect here. I think he's absolutely bang on. You know, I actually preferred them to take the bottom left and then that in the right middle. Take that in the right middle, then the red in the left middle. I think it was an easier positional shot. I think it was a far easier positional shot. I know that I understand the reason why he's gone the way he's gone. Although, that's why Mark's in the final and I'm sitting here. I'm thinking of a pot kick straight away. Mark has simply just mapped him out. Nothing had to be kicked that had a pocket. I've heard guys like Mark Boyle say, why kick something out that goes? So there you go. Mark Farnsworth just proving that point. And this is another dish, guys. It's absolutely unbelievable what we're witnessing here. Cheers, Paul. Much appreciated. A special mention, David Rooney on the chat. Gave up a bit of his time in the commentary booth the other day as well. Just back from his travels in Germany. Found himself in the booth doing a bit of chatting while I was on the table. Well, thank you very much, my friend. This is massive from Christian. If he wants to stay in this match, he needs to pull something out the hat. Sledgehammer of a break. Yellow balls, red balls, both look fantastic. And the yellows are going down here. And it's going to be another dish in this match. This is unbelievable. It's absolutely incredible, guys. This standard is absolutely frightening. Absolutely frightening. Nine frames to 5. I mean, where do you start here? You've got 14 frames. And we've had 12 runouts. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. The standard here. I mean, a lot of guys, including me, entered this tournament at the weekend. I played some fantastic stuff. I played some good pool. I was on the TV table on Friday night against Dan Davey. I played quite well, won the match in good style, and I had quite a number of, I think I had 5 run-outs myself in the match. I'm sure maybe either three breaking dishes and 2 reverse, something like that. I can't mind exactly, but these guys are doing this over an entire weekend. And then when it gets to the final, after a long weekend on the table, and at this time on the Sunday night, they are still banging in breaking dish, reverse dish, non-stop. Mark's unlucky there. That ball was in the middle pocket. It's rolled the middle bag and came out. But 12 run-outs out of 14 frames is absolutely incredible. Sarah, the payouts are 5,000 and 2,500 winner and runner-up. 1,100 to the beaten semi-finalists, 500 to the beaten quarter-finalists, and I think it was 200 to the last 16. So that was the payouts as far as I'm aware. Quite unfortunate there for John. For John? That's me reading that. That's me, Scott Grady, writing about John Reid. Unfortunate for Mark there. That ball was in the middle. It was in the left middle. It's rolled the bag. Unfortunately, that happens in these tables every now and again. And Christian with a chance to reverse dish and take the match to 9-6. He's wiped his feet there. He's put his hand up there because he knows he's missed it. But it's the pace that he's played it at. Gravity has taken over and sucked the ball home. This is incredible stuff, guys. This is going to be another dish. Oh no, commentator's curse. I don't even know. I don't know why he's played it like that. He didn't have to do anything. He didn't have to do anything at all there. Just pot the ball. This is going to be over as a contest pretty soon, guys. Yeah, that's it. It was one of the ones you hear people referring to it as he's chicken winged it. His elbow was a million miles out. Tossed his arm at it. Didn't cue it properly at all. And the Tigro, absolutely spot on with your description of Christian's shot there. Standard's been incredible to this point. Now, unfortunately, the writing might be on the wall now because Mark is not a million miles away from getting to frame number 10. And that will put him on the hill as he heads towards the 11th frame and possibly victory. So 4 reds and the black from Mark Farnsworth. And Christian Phillips can just sit in hope now that the possibility of a mistake may come in here, but it doesn't look likely. There hasn't been any major ones so far. Can he just screw inside the yellow? Can he maybe screw onto the yellow? It doesn't look like he's got the perfect angle. But we'll see here. He's going to run the cushion here. Mark Farnsworth is on the hill here, guys, as he's not going to miss this. And he is indeed 10 frames to 5 in front. Christian Phillips with a massive mistake. He can't afford any mistakes at all. Unfortunately for him, it's looking like he's heading for the runner-up spot in this tournament. At the beginning of the event, he would have taken that, there is no doubt. However, for me, once you get to that final stage, you want to do more, you want to be more effective. At Mark Farnsworth, 10 frames, 8 run-outs. Christian himself, 5 frames on the board, 4 run-outs. What the chances? I mean, they haven't been exactly great chances, but that one in the last frame, you have to say Christian has to take that. You have to take a chance like that against a guy like Mark. And unfortunately, he didn't take it. And Mark is now 1 frame away from glory in the IPA Scottish Grand Prix. Brought to you, as I say, many times over, in one of the best sports bars you're going to find anywhere in the UK. And the writing now, guys, is on the wall as Mark Farnsworth will line up to take a bow after he takes out, I mean, either set, reds or yellows. Both of them look fantastic. I would say reds probably slightly favouring it just because of the 2 yellows at the top. But, I mean, he's got numerous options here. Numerous options. I mean, if he pots this red and clears the bag, then it's probably yellows for me. Much appreciated again for the kind words. It has been a great event that's been put on. Some top players have been doing their stuff all weekend, but this man has been the best of the bunch by a long way. And he stopped the runaway train, young Gio Edgar. And he's now dismantled Christian Phillips in some style. And I must say, it has been one impressive frame after another from Mark. And I still keep looking at the run-outs. 8 out of 10. 4 out of 5 for Christian. This is about to be 9 out of 11 that are one type of dish or another. A break-in run-out, a reverse run-out. It's absolutely incredible stuff. That's perfect. He chose to go up the table first there. I thought he might have just dropped through and taken the one closest to the black first. And just a stun up the table, similar to where he's ended up just now, but he's absolutely perfect. So Mark Farnsworth, take a bow, my friend. Well, this has been as ruthless a display on a pool table in any match, never mind a final, as I've seen in quite a while. And Mark Farnsworth is just about to become your IPA Scottish Grand Prix champion. Congratulations, Mark Farnsworth. You are the man over this weekend. You have been light years ahead of everybody else. The ruthlessness, the ability, the steadiness, all rolled into one. Congratulations to you and commiserations to Christian Phillips. He's been fantastic as well. And everyone that joined us over the weekend playing in this great event. All you guys at home watching, can't do it without you. So massive appreciation from all of us. Mark Farnsworth, what a man, what a player. And 9 run-outs, guys, 9 out of 11 frames that he won. The standard was absolutely insane. And it's been an absolute pleasure. So I'm going to love yous and leave yous, guys. I'm pretty sure there'll be some kind of presentation in a minute. And I will get back to you guys probably very, very soon. So cheers for watching, guys. Cheers for tuning in. And thank you very much to every single one of you. I am Walker the Talker. Good night, guys.
Rewind selector.